do, that if you wish to be part of that presentation, effectively, councillors, in my view, you as a councillor would be taking off your council hat and delivering it in terms of the presentation. Does any councillor have a problem with that? Thank you. A problem or a question?
I have to declare a slight conflict of interest because I am on the Taipi Health Trust, which is party to the Taipi Health presentation.
Point of clarification, are you paid a sum of money for your attendance as part of that trust?
No.
Thank you very much. I don't declare that I don't have any problem with you either taking part of the conversation or being in the room, etc. Anything further? No, but you still have the ability to declare later if you wish. Confirmation of the order of business. Looking to bring item 10 point, sorry, what is it? 10.4, is it?
Yes.
Yeah. Bring that through, and councillors, what I'll do is go through the confirmation of minutes, and I will at that stage introduce it there ahead of the follow-up actions from previous meetings.
There's a late item as well, which we need just a resolution to set that later.
Yeah, I have a late item with regard to the Putarino landfill remediation and the budget increases on that, and we will take that as part of parcel of the order paper a little bit later. And we have some recommendations that have dropped out of finance this morning to deal with in terms of Cyclone Gabrielle. Any other changes, staff? No, thank you. On that basis, I'll look to now to the confirmation of minutes and looking for alterations and corrections starting page, I think it's 5. So looking at alterations, corrections 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Then I'll congratulate the minute taker. Thank you. Would somebody like to so move? Councillor Jill Junkin moving. Councillor Kalkin seconding. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Thank you. Jude, I would welcome you to the floor. You have quite an assemblage here. If you wish to introduce them, that's your call. Would you like to sit here or stand?
No, I'm happy to stand.
What's your preference?
Yes.
And as I said, we would welcome Councillor Tracy Akituora.
Kia ora tātou.
Just before you start, so this relates to 10.4 and in your order paper, and you have to take it as read.
I am.
Thank you.
So, kia ora tātou. Thank you for giving us this opportunity, both Akituora and myself as leaders of driving this development. I just want to acknowledge Marion as chair of Taipi Health Trust, and Michael, Barbara Ball, who not only is an iwi lead but is also a director of Taipi Health Limited, Nawani Marton, who is our new service manager at Taipi Health, and more recently senior leader at Mokai Pātia. And over here we've got Jaime, who has been our trustee council representative on our development governance group from the beginning. As I've said, I'm going to take it as read, but there are some statements that that we wish to clarify, I think, and make really clear for you as councillors. From our perspective, this is an opportunity for the council to be an early adopter of the Local Government Act changes and consider with other partners in the community the factors that impact on wellness and work on these together. Our desire is that we work as part of a network to advance equity by working together alongside iwi, whānau and community. By working together, we will see our communities thrive and we will create an effective integrated platform where council and other stakeholders share resources, share our approaches to planning and build together the aspirations of the community through a common understanding of the challenges, a shared vision, a joint approach to solutions and go beyond health and weaving together that Matarangi Māori, Western and new ways of working. You may be aware, and I've certainly pointed that out in the paper, that health is also going through a major legislative change with the Paura Act. What I did note when I reviewed both those pieces of legislation is there is clear overlap and there is clear responsibility for both sectors to start working as a network rather than working as silos. We believe this is essential for small rural communities where the resources are limited and the leadership, as we see today, so often overlaps. And so we have shared agendas, shared aspirations, and this is a really critical point for this community. One of the things that we know about is that the community of Taihape have spoken. They see the Taihape Rural Health Centre or the old hospital as a special place, and it's in the hearts of many people. The fact that they wish to see the potential maximised of not only the health centre but the campus, which is large, and return to a vibrant hub is something that's come out from Kaumatua to our young over many conversations that we've had since 2021. There is much potential to consider the wider issues such as accommodation, and obviously for Ōtāhepi Health Trust that's something that's important for their future as we move out as a leaseholder of the current facility they own. Growing our own kai, education, social connectivity, exercise and activities. And I just want to pause here, and two of our directors of Taihape made these comments in quotes some time ago, and I think they are really relevant today. If Taihape can pull this off, I think we will be the envy of many other towns. And that was from Susan Benson, who is a director of Taihape Health. And I feel like we're winning, and that came from Barb Ball in an early conversation. What I also want to make clear is that Mōkai Pātea, Whanganui Regional Health Network, Taihape Health and Ōtāhepi Health Trust will go ahead with this development with or without the council. We have been on this journey, I guess, since, as I said, 2021. We have worked with your employees, we have worked with people on the ground, and they get this stuff. And I really want to make comment to Joe and to Galen, who we have met on a number of occasions. They understand the value of the resources on the ground working together. We've really valued Jaime's input in surveying the community around education and housing. And we see that by weaving all these strands together, we're going to get a really cohesive plan and direction for the community that goes beyond next year. We're talking 5-10 years down the line. You know, we've got to get it right, and if we get it right now, it will be our future. I observed that traditionally councils have focused on infrastructure, and that's a very legitimate focus. But health and wellness are something that we've all been passed the baton, and where we previously operated a siloed capacity, and I've been a previous manager and health professional in Taihape for many years, born and bred there. We are extraordinarily great at coming together in a crisis. What we're asking you is to not wait for a crisis. Let's actually come together now to start putting together some strategy that is representative of the voice and the aspirations of our community. Because through the council being part of the community trust, the health providers and iwi and Māori services, we actually have covered an extraordinarily large platform of stakeholders, and that's quite unique. I work in Wanganui, that has not happened in Wanganui. The other thing I want to point out is that currently the network is the contract holder on behalf of the Runanga here, Ngāti Apa, Ngāwariki Ngāti Apa, and so we are operating Stewart Street. There is a huge opportunity to again get connectivity for the Marton community, and we will possibly be at your table, you know, within the next year to actually put that on the table. So this is a bit of a precursor, but you as a district council would be an early adopter of what is expected of all councils nationally, and I think the work that's already been done has put us in a very good stead. Before I go on, I'm going to pass over to my leader in arms here.
Kia ora, and thank you for giving our team an opportunity to put this kaupapa forward. As Jude has said, she talked about this being something that started in 2021. I just want to assure you it didn't just start in 2021. It started many, many years prior to that. The whole whakaaro about bringing iwi services and mainstream, I'm going to use that word, mainstream services together in a way where we want to, the vision that we've got for the kaupapa of this is ko tahi te haumaru mo a tātou katoa. So it's working towards one shelter for the betterment of us all. So as much as you said 2021, that might have been when the real push started, but actually it's been a whakaaro and it's been something that's been talked about in the Taihape community, within the health community for many years. We've been fortunate in that as far as barriers are easy things to overcome in my mind. And so when you've got a clear vision, we've had a clear vision with as a team of separate organisations that have seen one way forward of what we're trying to achieve for Taihape as a community in itself. And so it is a mihi because you could think that it's fraught with risks all the way through, but despite that, there hasn't been a reason to stop. And I want to mihi to Ōtapi Health Trust for staying in there and realising that as we keep moving forward on something, on things, we will get to where we're wanting to get to. The presentation, as Judith has just talked to you about and that you've got on your papers in front of you, has been something that's been, it's been something that's been talked about and we've worked on for a long time. And so if I chuck a head off as being part of this initiative and chuck my head on being a councillor, having things happen, taking a long time to happen, it's exactly the same. That's sort of in the council space as well. So just whatever, I'd like people to think deeply and really look at what we're trying to achieve, and just to mihi out to other people that are in council. Jill's been to a number of our, two or three of the presentations that have been made. Jeff, we've got another presentation coming out to the Taihape Community Board and the Taihape Community Development Trust on the 6th of March. And so there has been, those trustees have been invited and we will be presenting back into them just to, some of them, a lot of people kind of know, but they're in with different hats on. And so, yeah, it just doesn't stop here, and it hasn't just stopped. So we've had regular communication So one of the things that we're very aware of is making sure that we are keeping the community informed. And so, if not monthly, at least bi-monthly, there's information that's been going out via the Taihape, Talk Up Taihape space. So, yeah, we're making sure that we're into the second, probably the third year now of really pushing this thing forward. And with fingers crossed, we're hoping to have our service and the Taihape Health Limited from a Mōkai Party Services point of view in the same space. If we're there this time next year, we'll be very happy. I just want to acknowledge Naori, who's the newly appointed service manager for Taihape Health Limited. She stepped into that role in January of this year. Prior to that, she spent 9 years actually as the operations manager with Mōkai Party Services. So she was the 2IC for our organisation and has had a huge input and knowledge around what shared services could look like between us. And so she stepped into another realm. But also a mihi to you, Barb. For those that don't know her, Barb was actually my sister, my tuakanga, but she's also part of, as Judith said, she's on the she's the chair of Taihape, chair of Mōkai Party Services, and she's also a director on Taihape Health, and been in that health arena for many years. Marianne, to you and to Michael, of course, that have been on board right from the start. If you were, I don't know if you wanted to have anything to add into it, but I just want to acknowledge that the whole kōrero about risk and whether or not it's even a space they've wanted to get into, because that hasn't been necessarily an easy journey for Ōtapi Health Trust. For those of you that might have known and previously what had happened in the Taihape community with the closing of the hospital and some of those other things that have happened, but they've still stood up and said that this is the right thing for us to do as a community. So I would like to commend you, Marianne, and also the rest of your trustees for sticking on board, even though there's possible risks, because you could easily have pulled out.
I just want to also reiterate a point which is possibly in some of your minds, which is around who's paying for this development, and it's not you. We have formed a good relationship with former DHB, Te Whatuora Wanganui. It's their facility, it's their campus. It is the intent that the three parties, Taihape Health, Ōtapi Health Trust and Mōkai Pātia are stakeholder organisations in a long-term lease, and with the view that the community trust will be the practical guardian of that property. We believe that the time is absolutely right with the development of localities, and you'll know that we're at Wanganui region as a locality prototype, and Taihape is in that. But WRHN and Mōkai Pātia have said right up front that we will resource this. We have paid for the architect. The Te Whatuora have demolished the old staff quarters. That was a millstone sitting there. They are committing also to ensure that this old hospital is maintained to a level that we require for our staff to move in there. But the fact that we are not saddled with Crown funding issues, it has allowed us to move a little bit quicker. So we as Wanganui Regional Health Network are a community trust, and we have built reserves at Taihape Health for the direct purpose of investing back in this development. So we have owned and operated Taihape Health for 10 years. So we're in a good place, and I guess that is a point I think you might have wanted to.
Yeah. I just wanted to add that Mōkai Party Services is pretty much, again, being able to build up reserves and aren't going out to tell anybody else to put their hands in their pockets first. It might happen somewhere down the line, but in the first instance, as you've said, we are not coming asking for money. We're not coming asking for that at all. We'll put our hands in our own pocket, and we'll fund what we've got to fund, and it's substantial for a small. We're a charitable trust like us. Finding $200,000 to $300,000 is not an easy thing to do, and investing that type of money, but that's what we have to do because it's for the betterment of our community.
One of the aspirations we have around all these little community trusts that seem to be building up is to actually try and see if we can't get a bit more cohesion, a bit more thinking about the little pots of money that are sitting in these little trusts and whether they in fact see this as an opportunity to also be part of the broader determinants of wellbeing. So that's part of our.
It might be useful, I think, if you opened it up.
Yes,
in terms
yes.
of questions, because I think some of your explanation may well come from that. And I'll call for questions in a second. But first of all, thank you very much. And you know, one of the questions I had was that there's not a monetary ask, but in terms of developing a long-term position, there is a time frame here in terms of council, and that would be probably within the long-term plan deliberations next year. So I'd certainly be encouraging you to engage with us around what you could be asking for. I believe that we have a strong commitment from the community and council to work in this space. The future of local government is going through dramatic change at the moment. And it would seem as though it is being driven to a social perspective rather than a three-water perspective. So, you know, I welcome that. But Councillor Jill Duncan, question.
Thank you, and thank you for these reports. As you say, I have been involved with this, and what's so exciting to me, and I do have a question, is the fact that you have managed to collaborate so successfully and build trust and relationships. That's been a real standout from what I've seen already. My question is on page 134, 3.2, you have put in here, council's contribution could include, for example, and you've got those things. Are you also looking perhaps, in one of the first conversations I heard around the maintenance of the grounds going forward once it's established as a general council function? Is that the sort of thing you might be looking for?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, we will need to take over the ownership of those, and if that is already an existing function that council has, I think that's a very tangible thing we have to get.
So just to say that actually just got brought up in our hui the other day by you, Michael, wasn't it? We talked about the potential.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Dave Wilson.
Thank you, Worship. And very quickly, just on the ownership one, I'm just rereading this again. Currently, the site is owned by the Crown. Is that right? Is it your intention to own the site?
No, I don't believe that there is a mechanism for us to own it, but there is a mechanism for us to lease it long term.
Okay, so Moko Patea Services will join you from your current location on the site. Is that the long-term vision?
Our whānau Roy unit will join.
Yeah. And the ongoing cost of maintenance of that is on who?
So the leaseholders will make a contribution, as we have done now, but the reason that the Crown needs to remain and have ownership is this is an old hospital, so the infrastructure under that hospital is building is way beyond the maintenance management of any community group. So it's important that the Crown remain there and take ownership for that facility into the long term.
Supplementary information, are we aware of what the earthquake rating of in the situation that building is at the moment?
It's satisfactory, but the old staff quarters wasn't, which is why it's no longer.
Okay,
There are some models in the South Island where councils have been heavily involved in partnership, including physical buildings and health. So you'll be aware of some of that.
Yeah.
And councillors, just while you're thinking for a second before we get rid of people, sorry, that's probably not a good term, is it? But would somebody like to move the recommendation of receiving this information? Councillor Duncan and Councillor Loudon, I go second. Those in favour?
Aye.
I suspect this may all be a given, but recommendation 2 that the council approves does not or deletes that clause there. Would somebody like to move with the correct words in it?
Short space. Go for it, John. You do.
They're beating you to the punch here because they're changing it to the council does participate. So staff are ahead of the game here.
I'd be happy to move.
You'd be happy to move that we do participate. Thank you. And second of Councillor Maughan. Those in favour? Aye. So you've got us on board as part of a discussion. But I would absolutely welcome you to join with us in looking at how this drives forward. And the appropriate time to do that would be an LTP consideration, in my view. And there may be some annual plan stuff there, but I think that's, you know, in a year's time we have to come out with a long-term plan. And my guess is that it could well be wrapped up in that. But any further questions from councillors? Councillor Lau.
It's a question of a comment. Having been involved with the services up there, I think you've done a wonderful job. It's ahead of the game, and I think Taiapi is an example for the rest of health in the country. I was very pleased that you have been talking to Stewart Street, and I would like to see that merge. The Rangitikei Health Services are very important to the future, I think. Well done.
Any closing statements, Julie?
I just think that I need to reassure you that you have some wonderful operational leaders that actually have been working alongside of us, and I know we have lots of shared ideas that will become some strands of emerging strategy. And so I just want to reassure you that this is evolving, and obviously the voice of our people is something that we all now have a responsibility for, but I would very much like to see a long-term plan that is owned by the people we're serving, and that it creates this vibrant village, or as it's been described, which would address more than health. It's about the well-being of all of our people. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. I'd just like to close with a comment. When I was a resident councillor and the services in Taihape were being challenged, I remember being part of a delegation from Council 2 that appeared in front of the DHB board to argue contractual positions. I think the mood of council has shifted quite dramatically to operate in those spaces. So thank you very much. We wish you well. I congratulate you all for coming down and taking part in this. So we respect that.
Thank you.
And Tracy, I'll let you put on another hat and replace your existing councillor hat. Thank you for being part of this journey. Dave, can you just chair for a second from there? I'll just say goodbye. Matters arising from the minutes.
Okay.
Thanks, Judith.
We'll go through the minutes. We haven't actually been through the minutes as yet, team. I think we have. Any matters arising from those minutes? Moving through to 17 now at the conclusion of the last minutes. And there was no matters arising from those minutes. Those minutes have been recorded as true and correct, have they? Follow-up actions is where we're moving to now, team. Follow-up actions from previous meetings. That is on page 17. Once again, comprehensive list there. They are listed 1 through to whatever the concluding number is on the other page. Rather than going through them all individually, does any members of the committee have any particular item they wish to draw the committee's attention to, noting that there is the status comments at the on the right-hand side of the comment? of this report. Your Worship, just looking at the follow-up actions 1 through and requesting the committee to raising matters on any particular items that they may have interest in those follow-up lists. However, over to you.
Yeah. Are you handing back to me, or do you want to continue just
I'll
to
leave
finish
that back to you with that instruction, and Councillor Duncan has her hand raised.
Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. Number 4, I'm just wondering if we'll get some outcome on that meeting regarding the infringement notice for Taihape Water.
Yes, and it's something that I might like Chief Executive to comment on in terms of those infringement notices. If you wish to say anything first.
I'll probably hand it over to Dina, actually, if that's all right.
This is like hot potato, isn't it?
Can you just repeat that? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I just wondered if there's some outcomes you can share with us from that meeting on the 20th of January.
Actually, it's
Is that later on? In the...
we're not prepared to answer that. When I say not prepared, didn't have time to prepare for a more better answer for you. Sorry, actually, I'm not sure. It's a crossover between Adina and Arno. Whilst Arno was away, Adina was looking after it. So I'm not sure if Arno is up to speed on answering that question. So this is the Taihape infringement notice that we've had, or the fine, and what the next steps might be for that.
So we have engaged a contractor to complete a sludge survey for Hunterville, Taihape and Marton, and that will give us more information on the ways forward. And we're working with the consultant as well to see the other options that we suggested that would improve the water quality, make sure that it's in line with what Horizons is expecting to see. And it seems to align, but we have to do this step first. So we're doing a sludge survey, and then we know how much sludge there is and how much we need to get rid of, and then go step by step.
And can I add to, there's been a series of discussions between ourselves and Horizons, and more are planned, around how we work towards compliance, and really to be able to suggest to Horizons that they don't just push out an infringement notice and fine, that we're part and parcel of discussions. Is that between the various around the room, passing from one to another? Does that help?
No, thank you.
Any further?
I might just add to that, as I did attend that meeting, and it was from an action that I asked for. My concern at the time was that it was an infringement on top of an earlier one, and that's where the concern came from that meeting. And after having the meeting with Adina, I was very pleased with the outcome from it, that it was a non-related event, and something that, as the Mayor has indicated, we might be able to manage going forward a little bit better. So it was not related to an earlier offence, which is where my concern was coming from.
Any further items you want raised, matters arising? While you think about it, could somebody move receipt, please? Councillor Dalgety and Councillor Pakitiora. Seconded. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. Any further items? Otherwise, I'll move on. Give you another second. No? All right, we'll move on to item number 8, Mayor's report and the appointments listed. I'll take it as given. However, is it better that I deal with the Hawke's Bay money here?
We've got it as a separate agenda item, so it's coming from finance to us. Yeah.
Okay, so no worries. I'll take any questions around it, but I will just elaborate on the Cyclone Gabrielle. This was written some time ago, of course, and it's absolutely a moving feast in terms of the scale of damage. And there are all sorts of things that I wasn't aware of. For instance, Miss Gordon flew over large areas of forests the other day, and you never see any of that stuff that's on the news at the moment, but enormous areas of forests that are just lying on their side. So every day there's highlighting the scale of this is, as the Prime Minister has said, is much greater than Waikura Christchurch. We're in a new territory here. But I'll take any questions around my report. I'm sorry I'm remiss, and I meant to acknowledge my earlier notes the passing of Terence Stedman. And I should have done that at the opening of the meeting and asked you to stand for a second, but instead of doing that, I will acknowledge Terry as a member, strong member of the Taiapi community, a member of the track committee for forever, who recently passed away, and it was quite a sudden progression. Thank you to councillors that attended that. Councillor Duncan, thank you for being there. I'll take any questions around my report.
Just probably a slight misprint, probably item 16 on your meetings, the attended post-selection council meet and greet. It was cancelled, wasn't it? On the 16th of February. Unless you went to one that we didn't go to.
Yeah.
This was put out before.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
corrections there. Councillor,
Just one question. Can you just explain what the Four Regions Trust is? I haven't heard that before.
All Regions Trust. What was the previous name of it?
Was it Eastern Central?
It was the Powerco Trust, and a name change, literally. So that's the Powerco Trust.
What's his role?
Literally, they give money to this greater region, includes ourselves in Wanganui, etc., Ruapehu, so anything within that Powerco area, and we can apply, and the council has received money for all sorts of things, whether it's playgrounds or etc. Piki.
Kia ora. Just in the same vein as Councillor Morn, I'm pretty sure that on the 14th, the Te Rōpurahi Car Committee was postponed. Yeah.
Look, I'll have a talk to Karen. She picks up these, and I didn't proofread it and say, hey, that's my fault. That's literally a transition from my diaries. Councillor Duncan.
I believe, but
Sorry.
I just just looking at what's happening on the news, etc. And I would be interested in having some sort of briefing or a better understanding of how our emergency response works, and how well off are we in terms of big power cuts, no connectivity, a lot of misinformation, and so how would we react in similar situations to what they've been exposed to? But and what is my role as an elected member in this situation?
Yes. So we do plan to do this, to go back over and review this. And there's been some interesting comparisons also come out recently by our staff between, for instance, Horizon's approach and Regional Council approach Hawke's Bay, in terms of where those authorities are at and so on. But it is right and proper that any major event or potential major event, we review and say, what lessons can we learn. So we've yet to timetable that.
Yes, but it was more around, I think you were asking about us as a council and what we would do, taking aside the current situation. We have got a schedule, a list of topics to schedule for future workshops, and it's actually on that. And between Paul and Gayleen, Paul Chafe, who's our emergency management officer, and Gayleen, we have that down as one of the topics to do after the end of the thing, so probably mid-year.
Thank you very much.
Perhaps I should call you Councillor Dalgety and we just roll We'll go for Duncan this time. Councillor Duncan.
Please.
Change the signs around.
So in the face of what's happening over in the Bay and Northland, etc., the Rangitaki doesn't really feature, but we have had effects from the cyclone, and I'm wondering if it is, if we're able to request that staff do some sort of tally up of actually how that sort of weather event has affected our district. Because there are effects, and I do know that there are some quite badly affected properties, and whether that would be a council function to see where that damage is done. And there is a fund that's just been announced this morning of $10,000 that people can just apply for. Is anyone in our district likely to need that sort of support from this event as an interest?
First of all, we will get a roading report that will detail our damage from council's infrastructural point of view. There has been very little advice to us in terms of affected properties, as you say. I did raise with councillors earlier, as you know, I would prefer to take to a discussion to the regional council around how they handle flood warnings, that it should not be a subscription process, that any information is freely available in terms of especially warning systems, etc. Horizons will go through their own debrief, which should be circulated with us as well. So perhaps that workshop, we make an action that Horizons are part of that process. Anything else?
Just one motion, your worship. Sorry.
Yeah.
Number 3.
So, first of all, I will move the Mayor's report be received. Councillor Carter seconding. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Recommendation 2, that Council endorses the reappointment of Christopher Renshaw to be the Four Regions Trust for a further 3 years. Councillor Lambert, that would be appropriate, that comes from you. And Councillor Dalgety, are you happy to second? Put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Recommendation 3, that I move as part of the adoption of the Mayor's report, civil defence street signage in our towns be updated to provide for assembly point information. Happy to speak to it if needed, but I will move that. Looking for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Carter. Quite appropriate. It's coming from you. I should have gone the option as well, Councillor Carter. I'll speak to him very briefly. There's a whole play around practicalities here, and whereas Te Marapihi is in denial for building, we should be directing people where to go. And if there's a consequence of that, so be it. Any further speakers? Put it to the vote. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. That tidies up a direction to staff. I'll move now to item 9, the Chief Executive's report, and I will pass over to Chief Executive Peter.
Thank you, Worship, and apologies in advance. This is 2 months worth of work here, so it's doubled up from normal. I would like to start though, just to clarify, particularly for minutes and for those online, that Mrs Gordon's flight over the affected area was not funded by council. It's in her own personal capacity. So I'll move straight to my report and to various items that I wish to, I'll take it mostly as read, but the points I wish to either highlight or those that have a recommendation attached. The first one is the health, safety and wellbeing update. Normally this would be presented to you by Sharon Grant. You may be aware that Sharon presently is acting as a controller to support Central Hawke's Bay District Council and is unavailable. So I can discuss further if you'd wish. Were you looking at doing that, or? I'll leave it open for questions if you'd like, but note that the report you see is actually, again, a 2-month report.
Okay, just to tidy this up so we go right through the sequence, would somebody like to move the receipt of Councillor Kalkin? Would you like to do that? Receipt of this report, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Delghetti. Sorry, I would have got you, Councillor Wong, to save you. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. And there are no questions around 2.1, 2.2, 2.3. And moving on to 3. Any questions around this section? No. Carry on, please.
Section 4, take as read. Section 5, similarly, that gives you a snapshot of some of the conversations that we have provided you verbally at recent workshops, but there's the hard data to support those conversations. If there are no questions, I'll move to section 6. Carol?
Thank you. So there's a number of comments there around consultations that are underway at the moment or proposed to be underway. I suppose the main one for council to consider at this meeting is the Future for Local Government submission. So to date, I haven't received any amendments to the draft submission that was sent out. So this is your opportunity to feed anything in now. We will be submitting this one by the closing date of the 28th of February.
Just in terms of your responsibilities, so staff have made quite a list of submissions currently open, and there's a whole lot of submissions that are proposed not to submit on, those that have been submitted on, and those are currently active. If you wish to change that, that is your right. For instance, I wonder if we should, in fact, I would recommend that we do submit on the PFAS one, and there may well be others.
So the PFAS, PFAS, the reason for not responding or proposing not to respond is that it's technical in nature and council staff would need to subcontract out at a cost to council. Our response to that, there's no expertise in-house. It's, as I said, it's a very technical report.
But I think there's the potential for council to express an interest. And I think, for instance, you could do that on a non-technical basis to say that this, and note this is of interest to us. And I think that that would be a non-technical response, but a declaration of interest and our concern around possible PFAS situation with regard to Ohakea. And on that basis, I would prefer we submit something.
I'd be happy to take that. Just asking.
Would somebody be happy to second an amendment that we submit to that document? I'll take it. Are you happy to move? Councillor Kalkin moving, Councillor Carter seconding, that we change that because we have to adjust according to the schedule.
Not so much a hack, it's also under the rules as well.
Yes, correct. Are there any others that people want to comment on? Sorry, Councillor
Back to the local government, I really liked our submission. I thought it was good.
Anything further? Sorry, I interrupted you mid-flow. I just want to make sure it's dealt with. Anything else you want to add in that?
I think the other ones are self-explanatory. There's a couple of attachments there. So if there is any other changes to other submissions, you can let us know, or ones that have already been submitted on for your information. Normally these are sent out to you anyway, where they've got an impact on elected members, so there shouldn't be anything new. You should have seen all those.
Mr. Toombs, did we submit? We have submitted, it says on business practices and payment schedules, etc.
Yeah, attachments 5 and 6,
Yeah, did they get circulated, or did you just do it?
Training can answer that one.
So I can confirm those ones were really operational submissions, so they were submitted by the Chief Executive rather than by the Mayor.
Yeah, I just made a note that I hadn't seen it, and I totally on board. Anything else? No? Move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. Point 7, the Country Music Festival. It's pleasing to see this level of feedback. You would have seen it. Some of the councillors who attended the finance performance, some of the pleasing feedback we're getting for our staff's efforts, and I just wanted to highlight that. I'm very proud of my team that we can get this kind of feedback to big events.
I noticed on the order paper a couple of things I've got to do. So that council approves without amendment the submission on the future of local government. You're saying it was a great submission. You're happy to move, Councillor Lamb, tidy that up. Seconded, Councillor Morn seconding. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Sorry, I meant to come back to you. We'll get there. That tidies up everything I was meant to have done. Did you get the mover and seconder that the PFAS one? Yes, thank you. Councillor Carter, Councillor Sorry. All yours, Peter.
Thank you, Bishop. Galen, can you please provide an update on Sport Whanganui, please?
So you may recall that, Sport Whanganui, there was some discussion out in the community about what was perceived as the lack of involvement with Sport Whanganui and having someone running events, sporting events with the children, etc. of our district. So we had a group of interested people, plus we reached out to the schools, iwi, etc. And that group have been working really closely with Sport Whanganui, and such that this new position has been created to work within our district. So that's been really positive.
Just a question from me. I think I know the answer, but that's funded by Sport Whanganui. It's not an internal funding from council.
Yes.
Councillor Cowkin.
Just a comment, just to congratulate that steering group of having that courageous conversation with Sport Whanganui and the outcome that they've got so far. And it's a bit of a journey that they're on, but at this point to have got that outcome is massive. So well done to that group. It's fantastic.
Have they appointed anybody yet?
Yes, they have. Libby Rayner has been appointed to that position.
I'd just like to add that Libby has been the equestrian director at Ngātapawa for probably over 10 years, and I think she will be an absolute fantastic person in this role.
Thank you. Moving on. 10.
I'll take 10, 11 and 12 as read, unless there are questions, Your Worship.
Yeah, I would like to point out in terms of Mangaweka, this group actually needs to be formed and needs to be formed reasonably quickly, and the maintenance of the old bridge will be an ongoing concern, and council did formally decide that this should all happen. But if we'd had a 10.5 flood at Mangaweka, you now have a risk. You have an old bridge upstream of a brand new bridge downstream.
It's true.
So it needs to be maintained, and if it's not, then we'll be in the situation of council needing to remove it rather than having a risk to our own infrastructure. Long term, that will be a decision, sorry. Yes, Councillor Wong.
Just the Lokai. It's too far away, is it?
No, 12.
12. It just says waiting for the Runanga's representative, and that was how many years ago? So there doesn't seem much progress since.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to highlight, these sorts of things,
Right.
don't we?
So if Graham's not here, is he?
I don't know if he's online.
No. My presumption on this, without having the legal person here to respond, is that the activity is on them to achieve. There's no benefit to council for us to chase, if that makes sense.
Right.
So we are a receiving environment for this. So we wait until they're ready and then we can enact it.
So that does that take us to 14?
It takes us to 13, Your Worship. I just want to ask Arno to comment on community water fluoridation.
Yes, thank you, Worship. This was just I would say about 8 months ago, the Ministry of Health asked us if they would direct us to install fluoridation equipment, how much would it cost? More or less engineer's estimate, and how long would it take? So we gave them some numbers. So they came back to us with another letter saying, can we please confirm those numbers? That really was the question in the letter, and that they might direct us in the future to add the fluoridation. So we've replied. The letter's attached so you can see what was in that reply, just to confirm.
So your suggestion from memory from the report 24-25 is saying that would be the earliest we would really like to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. For us and our staff complement and our workload, we can't squeeze this in between now and 2024. It's just not doable.
However, in 2024, these entities wouldn't be ours anyway, would they?
If I may add, Your Worship, the point I would like to stress on this will have high community interest. And the point I wish to stress is that this is a Ministry of Health decree on council, not a decision that we are asking you to make. Obviously, you have choices in terms of how we respond to the Ministry of Health, but nonetheless, this is what the Ministry of Health has instructed us to do, or instruct us to do.
Councillor Duncan.
So just on that note, if I may through you, will there be an opportunity for us to feedback beyond this letter that has been sent? Is that you saying that there may be an opportunity? It's a directive from the Ministry of Health, through which is central government coming to us, but you're saying we might have it. The community may have an opportunity to comment on this.
I'll give you a view, but I suspect His Worship would probably want to go first.
Look, it is something that we could put out on our website to say that we've received a directive to be able to say what will be involved, and that subsequently a decision would be made external to council.
So what I would say is that there has been no instruction from the ministry for Rangitikei to fluoridate our water. They are simply asking us to confirm the costs. Should there be an instruction, then I anticipate there will be high community interest. And that would need to be a paper that I'd bring to council, only to accept incoming funds and to sign a contract to pay someone to do the fluoridation. Now, as elected members, you may wish to ask me how can you object, or that kind of stuff, which is up for your recommendation or resolution to me to instruct. Is that fair, Your Worship?
Yes. Moving on.
Thank you. Number 14 is the issue regarding Bulls Historical Society. Some of you may, after the workshop last week, have been to Bulls to have a look at the work that's been conducted. They have written to us in the appendix seeking some relief, you might say. And there are a number of, two different recommendations. In recommendation number 3, although I do note the recommendation, the second part of the recommendation, it's silent on interest charges. Council are currently paying for interest, so we're at a loss here.
The current lease agreement allows for interest. We've raised 2 invoices for the interest. I'm in the process of seeing if they've been paid or not, because I noticed the letter as attachment 11 to this says they haven't paid the interest. So I'm chasing that up. But the current lease agreement does provide the interest will be payable.
Your Worship, we may need to just amend that second recommendation to be explicit on interest payments. Should you wish to choose that option?
Well, let's see first of all what the attitude is like in terms of the first part, writing off the loan. Councillor Lambert.
I've just got a question. In the letter, he's stated that they missed out on Dunning's Trust funding because they fell outside the parameters. So I'd assume in going forward, they won't fall inside the parameters, will they?
Quite likely.
Yeah. So that's almost like
outside of the parameters was determined by the trustee because their view is that council owns the building and we should maintain it.
Right.
When the loan was approved, I'm assuming that council expected, took the explanation of that society that they would get funding from outside sources, and one being Dunning's Trust. So, I guess the council had thought they were going to get the money as well. Or else they wouldn't have given such a...
Yeah, I think there was a fair chance that council could have been funded through the Dunning Trust. They made the decision no. And that's where it sits. One of the complicating factors, of course, is that they will be approaching other trusts for funding other than this loan, because they have a building project on board with a statue, for example, the Chris Amon statue that you know about. So they will be going to the funders for that as well. Just updating the situation. Councillor Cowcombe.
Couple of questions regarding this. Given the building is owned by us,
Well, it's in trust to us, I believe.
trust to us, and the strengthening has been undertaken, does that make the 159,000, if we were to write it off, a capital expense, or is it an operational expense?
The building says, I have to go back and see if the building's on our balance sheet or whether someone mentioned trust arrangement. I'm not aware of the background of the actual building itself. My involvement's been at the loan level. But if we own the building and the money's used to enhance the building, it would be a capital cost, yeah.
We have leased the building to the trust for 30 years.
Yeah, I've not gone through any lease agreements or...
Society, sorry. Yeah.
We lease it to them, to the society, on condition that they earthquake strengthen it and are responsible for its maintenance, etc. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Worship. In essence, to move this item along, I'd like to move on recommendation 3, and I'd suggest I'll be seeking for a seconder, of course, that council agrees to an extension of the old loan, Goulds District Historical Society, for a period of 3 years, allowing early payments for loan, after which may be reviewed if necessary, as the wording is up there. It may need some amendment to that with regards to the interest portion, but at this stage I'd like to get that up on the table and seeking a seconder for that.
Seconding Councillor Carter. Any further questions first? Councillor Lowe.
I've been made aware of a loan that the Goulds District Historical Society have had before with the council, which the society asked to have waived. $20,000. So I'm not sure whether that's the case. I believe it's happened before, and it's happening again if we go down that first option.
Can you provide any more details around that?
I haven't, it's a long time ago, but I've been made aware that that's happened in the past.
I'm aware that there was a loan that was written off in bulls, but it wasn't to the Historical Society. And that's the only one that I'm aware of. And it was to, I think, the tennis club, something like that. And it was a loan that just sat on the books, but we're probably talking 10 or 15 years ago, but it was certainly, to my knowledge, it wasn't a Historical Society. And I would need to be careful of, I'd want that established as fact rather than questions, please, at this stage. Otherwise, I'll move to the speaker to speak to this motion. Councillor Cowper.
Just interested to know, has there been any analysis on the work they've done and the benefit they have provided to that building that we are responsible for as a result of the earthquake strengthening?
No, but I'll be speaking to that when I speak to the motion.
Thank you.
All right, Mover, you have a right to speak to your motion.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I think we need to get back to what the original decision was made by Council. And I think that should be where our focus is with regards to the recommendation that's up there. The Bulls and Districts Historical Society entered into an agreement with the District Council in good faith. And that was to loan the money for the structural strengthening, earthquake strengthening the building, of which they were going to apply for funds for. And within that, there was an interest-only component that the council required. That was the agreement that was entered into, and that was the agreement as we stand at the moment. The fact that the funding through one source that they applied for was unsuccessful does not mean that they are not able to apply to multiple other sources. To my way of thinking, it was an agreement that was entered into, and it's an agreement that stands. And by extending the loan out over another 3 years, allows the incorporated society, which they are, to apply to outside sources to fund the improvements of this building to them. Remember, we entered an agreement, I believe it was 30 years. See, you may be able to correct me on that one. I believe it was 30 years agreement here. I don't see any point in us writing off 159,000 Ks when we entered into the agreement. We've met our end of the bargain, and I'm sure that this group, who is very proactive down there in Bulls, has the ability to reach out to other funding sources to meet the intentions of the agreement in the loan. Hence why my recommendation is, as per recommendation 3, that we extend it. And with the interest-only portion still continued in there, it shouldn't be something that is funded at a cost to the council and other ratepayers for one group.
I'll call for other speakers, but before that, I just ask a question of staff, and I should have gone back and checked it myself. But in terms of the loan agreement that was set up, was there a repayment schedule attached to the setup of that loan?
No, it was. We expect the loan to be repaid within the 8 months. It was called an interim bridging loan arrangement, so it really was intended just to bridge a gap whilst the repayment was clarified. Now it's not been clarified. We're saying, well, let's extend the loan. They could have repaid it whenever they wanted, which would be the case under the new term as well.
All right, I can test the waters here a little bit. I partially support the motion, and the reason I say partially support is consideration of 2 things. One is, if they hadn't taken over this building, we would face the liability as to what the heck we do with it. And they've taken it over for a community purpose and providing an amazing service. Literally, we would have been between a rock and a hard place. At the time that this was set up, I wasn't personally in favour of them having to earthquake strengthen it. And this is, and I would have said, you've got 15 years. However, that was the terms that council said, and majority decision, that was the decision. And that's helped create some of this. The amendment that I'd be seeking to consider would be that they pay the interest only on the loan, and that we encourage them to look to ways of meeting the loan in the future. So I would move an amendment that that we ask them that we extend the loan agreement on a basis that they pay interest only on the loan, with the expectation they will continue to look for funding. I need a seconder to the motion or a question.
I want to clarify, on that basis, if they don't pay the interest, what do we do?
And then that would come back as a council action of enforcement of some nature. Take them to court. Okay. It's the only avenue you've got, isn't it?
I have a question.
Questions before, or you look for somebody a second? Question, Councillor Loudon.
Is there any way we could look at the lease structure and changing the way they pay rent over a longer period as a way of getting back the money that's spent?
My view, the rental or lease is very, very low, and this would be some way of getting the costs. I don't know. So, Councillor Calkin, then Councillor Duncan. Councillor Calkin, questions? Otherwise, my motion amendment fails.
My question is around why are we looking to create an amendment to a loan agreement to enter that other party into without them at the table to be able to enter into that agreement?
It would be an offer to them. But I accept the point. It would need to be phrased in terms of council extend an offer to them. Councillor Duncan.
I'm just wondering if your amendment wouldn't include a time frame.
I'd be happy to put the time frame of a year on it if you like.
After which it could be reviewed.
To be reviewed?
Well, I mean, if they're not paying, we don't know yet, but at this stage, potentially they aren't paying the interest. Therefore, we can extend an agreement. But if it's not being met, then we need to have a time frame and then the ability to review it.
Look, I need to find a second, otherwise my amendment. Are you seconding?
Seconded. Why don't
I'll just speak very quickly to my amendment. I think you've got the principles of it. I suspect there is a high risk that we'll be ending up revisiting this conversation some stage in the future, and at some stage, I suspect we will have to make some decisions around this. But this would give them at least a breathing space where they're not continuing to accumulate debt and it's spiralling out of control. Any other speakers? So I'll put the amendment to a vote.
Okay.
Speaking to the amendment.
Speaking to it and speaking against it. Thinking about the way in which this is phrased, you're right in that we will be having to revisit this at a future period, and having had a conversation with them, I feel we're in a situation where we're going to be kicking the can down the road and actually making a barrier for a society that, to your comments, have done a fantastic job and have a future plan which looks outstanding. And if we leave that debt against them, we become a massive barrier to any future funding opportunities for the plan they've got in place. And I think let's just take a bold decision now rather than a soft one to review it in a year's time.
Just speaking to the amendment, okay.
Well, actually, I've got a question and a comment to be putting up to it. So what I'd like to know is that we went through a process and to get to where we're at now. Given that we're right smack dab in potentially in the middle of another town hall, we're not knowing what's going to be happening. What I'd like to know is that if there's a $159,000 loan that's been put against something, if somebody else was going to take over any other council building, what message does that send out to our people? What message does it? Because what message does it send out? Can't pay the loan, okay. We're just going to wipe that off and we'll go to the next one. So that's just sort of that's rolling around in my head. Is what's the precedent that it chucks up there to everyone out to the next lot?
Simon.
I'd like to speak against that motion as well. I agree with Jared that having a loan over the society will be a burden for them, and I would like some investigation into a more appropriate lease for the building and how that could be worked to claw back some of the money that's been loaned in that way as opposed to a loan structure.
Let's limit the conversations to what's on the table. Is there anybody that wishes to speak in favour of the... I'll put it to the vote, just get rid of the amendment. Those in favour of the amendment? Those against? Carried. So it goes back to the original. Now we're looking for speakers to this, and I'll speak against the motion. I don't favour kicking something just down the track. I think they have gone through a genuine attempt to try and raise the money. This is in effect a council facility that we will continue to have an ownership and interest in, has a high community, and I would write it off over 3 years would be my position. I would encourage them to try and continue to seek the money, but I don't want to see this dragged back and back and back. So I'm sorry to the Deputy Mayor, I'm speaking against.
I've got a reply.
Other speakers, we have one for, one against. I'll go around this way, but I'll take Councillor Carkin first.
Just like to echo your comments. I think you phrased that absolutely brilliantly, and we'll continue to speak against this motion as well.
Councillor, going around this way, Councillor Paki.
I'm supporting this motion, mainly because being around the decision-making table when it was first put out, that should have been put up. Exactly what you said, that should have been put up, and we should have been told that right from the start. Then this may not have even come up. So I'm supporting the motion that's there because of that reason.
2 for, 2 against, is it?
I'm against the motion for 2 reasons. I think the original loan was like me going to the bank and saying I'm going to win the lotto next week, give me $1 million. And the other one is it's ironic to me that you can have a $150,000 loan, but to raise nearly aiming to raise $150,000 for a statue as well. So yeah, I'm probably in favour. I think we'll just keep getting asked to delay this loan for ever and a day, and probably agree with Mayor Andy's, yeah, let's write it off, even though that's sending the wrong messages out to other community groups. It's just that we should learn a lesson and look at other ways to fund these things.
He's speaking for or against?
I'm speaking for it. But as a point of clarification, it's not now an amendment, it is the motion that we're speaking to.
The amendment is lost, so
Yes.
it goes back to the motion.
So I'm speaking for the motion because I believe exactly what you've said, Your Worship, that we should encourage them to go for further funding, and this motion is doing exactly that. It is encouraging them to go for further funding, and we still have the opportunity to review it in future if they don't manage to achieve that.
I suggested over 3 years. We've had 3 speakers for and against. Councillors, are you willing that I set aside standing orders for a minute here? Any objection to that? I am interested in the views of particularly Southern Ward and...
I'll be speaking for the motion. As my learned friend here beside us, they're going to buy another lotto ticket, so hope that one wins for them. They were in a rush to get the funding to start with, and I'm quite sure that they know of a lot of other places that they can go to for this particular sort of funding. I'm prepared to allow them to keep trying and that we can get our monies back rather than just writing it off, as some of you wish to do.
I'll complete the circuit around the room. Councillor Loudon, last voice.
I'll speak for the motion. I do think they need the opportunity to pay the loan back, but barring that, I would like to have some understanding around the possibility of a longer term lease, an appropriate lease.
Right of reply.
Thank you, Your Worship. Coming back to my earlier comment when I moved this motion was that this was entered into good faith by both parties. Your comment that we have dodged a bullet, they've spent the money and this is a community facility isn't quite correct for 2 reasons. A, would we necessarily have spent $159,000 on retrofitting and strengthening that building had it still been sitting there empty? I suspect possibly not. Is it a genuine open community facility? Actually not. It's for a group who does good in the community, but it is a single group community facility. And I think therefore it is their responsibility to honour the original agreement that was set up in good faith. So I'm using that as my closing remarks to move in the original motion to allow them time to seek external funding under the original agreement.
I must put it to the vote, but before we do, is there any tidying up words around from staff? I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Oh, sorry, Your Worship. The mover may wish to consider that Councillor Duncan also mentioned that the council encourages them to seek alternative funding to clear the loan.
That's not on the motion.
No, okay.
Put the motion to vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. But that would be obviously part and parcel that would happen as a matter of course.
Yes, yes.
Councillor Kalkin.
More of a question, is this a prudent opportunity for us to request of some form of council loan policy to ensure that this kind of issue doesn't represent itself at a future time rather than address each one on its merits individually, which I'm in favour of.
That may be something that the Chair of Finance may wish to pursue. So my suggestion would be that the Chair of Finance has been listening attentively to your position and may wish to consider that. So perhaps if you raise that discussion with Councillor Delgado and whether or not you deem who recommended with Mr. Toombs as part of a future workload to deal with it there. Dogs might be easier. Let's try this.
At the talking stage, Your Worship, thank you. Point 15 of my report refers to the annual report on dog control policy and practices. Should you resolve as per recommendation 4, this will be publicly advertised. I have Johan in the room, thank you. Should you have any questions on the report?
So the question is, we've got to, this is a process one, isn't it?
Yes.
First and foremost. Look, I think I suspect we can move through this quite quickly, but Councillor Dalgety?
I was just interested, page 60, infringements sent to court have gone from 17 to 63. And the total infringement notices have gone from 39 to 83. Just interested in some background around why that might happen.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, Councillor.
Beg your pardon?
That's fine, check the motion, that's fine.
Page 60.
60, yeah.
Just the great increase in infringements going to court from 17 to 63. You've got it there?
Yep.
Yeah. And then the total infringement notices have also jumped right up.
Yeah, so the reason why the infringement notice goes to court is because the infringement hasn't been paid. So it doesn't give you the total amount of infringements issued for the year. It just shows how many infringements of the total amount had to go to court for the courts to pursue it. So in a normal sense, when you receive an infringement, you've got 28 days to pay. You then receive a reminder notice of another 28 days. If by then you still haven't paid, our only recourse to collect that money is then to send it to the courts to enforce it by a court order.
Does that answer your question?
I was just wondering, do you have a sense of why they've doubled?
It fluctuates
okay.
Over the years, so we can never say how many people will pay their fines and how many people won't.
In terms of the actual infringement notices, though, as well.
Issued, yeah.
Okay, it's just what happens. Okay, thank you.
Look, this is just something we're required to do as part of council, I think. So would somebody like to move the recommendation, please? Recommendation 4. Who wants to have a turn here? Councillor Pakitori, you moving? Seconded by Councillor Loudon. Top of the vote, those in favour? Those against, carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Worship.
Moving on.
Point 16 is just confirming an alternate delegate to the Civil Defence Emergency Management Group, and His Worship has proposed a Deputy Mayor for that role.
I'll move it because there is a priority ranking in these things. So the declaration has to be made by the Mayor. If the Mayor is unavailable, it tends to move down the priority ranking. So as such, I'd move this as a seconder to that. Councillor Carter seconding. Any questions about it?
I'd just like to move a, what do you call it? Amendment, and that we leave it as the Deputy Mayor rather than a name, because then in the future, you're future-proofing it going forward, unless you want to change the motion.
Good point.
Excuse me, Worship, I just need to double check that. I believe it's a named person.
Oh,
And if
yes,
so,
it is.
there's no
Yes,
longer
it
the
is.
Deputy Mayor.
And then we have to do it each training.
Yeah, we do have to do it each training,
Yeah.
so it does have to be a named person.
Yeah, no worries.
You happy? I put this for those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Thank you. Next one.
At point 17, you will note that RSA held the event at Mountain View Cemetery recently on Waitangi weekend. They had a marquee. A marquee of a certain size requires a building consent, and that building consent is $318, and the attached letter asks for a remission on that fee.
Somebody move something, so we're speaking to a motion. Councillor Kalkin.
I'd move that we agree to waive the consent fee of $318.
Seconded to that. Councillor Loudon seconding. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, I can do. I think what they have done over the period of investigation and then unfortunately was unable to attend, but from feedback who were there, that it was extremely positive and should be commended, and $318 for a consent fee for what they've done is a light touch.
Mine's a question, I've raised it before, but we always seem to waiver all these fees, which is I know we've discussed in the past, but is it by law we have to charge a fee
It's over a certain
over a
size.
certain size? We have to.
There has to be a consent.
Yeah.
Whether or not we charge it is up to us.
Oh, right, yeah, I'm just, because as I say, we seem to every meeting allow a waiver of consent fees and everything else.
Is there anybody against that has an opposing view here? Question?
With the consent for this sort of thing, was there staff required to be there to have a look at the marquee being put up and to ascertain that it was safe? Was there a function that we performed, or is it just a flat fee because it's a marquee and it has to have a consent?
It's through you, Your Worship. It's a consenting fee, and what they basically do is look at the information that has been presented to council as part of the structure. So depending on the size of the structure, there will be normally engineering specifications that come with it. And then the main thing is the health and safety aspect. So whether there's, from a fire perspective, egress and access that is suitable for the structure. So it's definitely staff time in those considerations, yes.
Ladies first.
Your determination. My determination.
Well, ladies first. It's just a comment. I just think I went to that event and I thought the marquee, why would you need a consent for that? It was open-sided, and there's probably 50 marquees that get put up in the area that nobody even asked for a consent over the year because they don't know about the bylaw or they're not honest enough to ask, like me.
Can I get back to the motion that's on the floor, please? Is there anybody speaking against this waiver? No, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Right.
Carried. Thank you. It does seem ironic to me that it's erected by the Defence Force and it's a Defence Veterans Affairs. That Veterans Affairs could have picked up the bill, to be honest. Moving on, please.
Thank you, Richard. Point 18, better off funding. So this allows us to, this is asking for your resolution to allow me to sign the contract of 3.3 million. Paper on page 30 outlines what it was for, what it is supposed to be for, and is consistent with a former council resolution. I have received a question from Councillor Duncan prior to this, if I may, Your Worship, which was the protection of this funding would you like to ask the question now, Councillor, or should I paraphrase?
From my email, no.
Yes. So the councillor said, in effect, what would happen with that money that we've received if we now commit it to projects should entity B no longer exist. So have I understood that correctly?
If I could clarify, I had two questions. One was, should entity B not be formed in the first place? So if Three Waters don't go ahead, and the other one, should it fail? And what is the implication or obligation of our ratepayers in that case?
So within the contract, Gane has reviewed it. It is silent in general to specifics for what you've requested. The only condition within the contract that contemplates a return of funding would be if we were to spend it on things other than that listed in the table.
That's one question from me, but I'll go Councillor Cowkin first.
More of a question around one of the items in here. We've got here the business case for housing as a topic, and I believe previously we had some a report sort of presented to us on housing, we made the decision to narrow that down to some of the community housing that we've got. Is this to reopen that conversation back up on housing?
No, so the former resolution refers to a particular business case in Taihape, and so this is only relating to the business case in Taihape. I've got it right, Kerry.
Correct.
A question from me, and I have taken the opportunity to pre-warn staff, as we should. There's a substantial sum of money in there for the spatial plan work, 425,000. If I go to report on page 76 of the council reports, and this is for the adoption of a community consultation plan. And if you look through the project stages and phases, the first three are background research, community engagement, completed timeline December 2022. So that leaves community consultation March, April, and adoption, which is a formal process by the question then begs, where are you going to spend 425,000?
So thank you, Your Worship. Katrina is prepared to answer that question.
Yeah, I can clarify. So that funding's for our district plan review, rather than our spatial planning project. So that's the first phase, which is focused on urban growth. So rezoning of our future urban growth areas, looking at our residential rural lifestyle rules, and particularly in terms of intensification. So it's all around creating more housing in our district.
So I just thought it was important that as councillors you understood where this sort of sum of money actually gets spent. Anything else? Would somebody like to so move the authorisation of signatures on this? Councillor Duncan, you're happy to move? Looking for a seconder. Councillor Maughan, seconding. Any further questions? I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on.
Nearly there. Point 19 is the triennial agreement with the Hawke's Bay region and seeking councillor approval for yourself and myself, Your Worship, to sign that agreement.
I'll move this and I'll speak to it if there's a seconder. Are you prepared to second? Councillor Lambert? Look, we are an anomaly in this agreement. We have a tiny, tiny patch of by sheer fate of boundary alignments that were included in this. So pretty much it's a courtesy. This is where Hawke's Bay councils all work together. And we just because of the catchment boundary, we have a very tiny, tiny piece. In fact, when we went out for consultation on representation review, we're talking about 7 people. And we shouldn't dabble in this. And I'll leave it there. So I'm happy to move. We're going to second it. Any questions?
Well, you sort of answered my question, but is it worth us going in it? But yeah,
it's a requirement.
Yeah. But I mean, what I'll probably elaborate on that, there will be some sort of benefit, even though it's a tiny bit. Yes. It won't be sort of more a drain than a cost type thing.
Yeah. And it's important we keep in that space, especially because of the Taihape Napier Road, etc. But it is an anomaly. Councillor Duncan, question you had?
I want to speak for this because we also, I've been made aware of the fact through Te Ropo Ahika that we also have shared iwi over on the other side that go into the Amahu community. And so in that respect, we do have an interest, a bigger interest.
Yes, you're quite right. We have a marae there and it was used for treaty settlement processes as well. I'll put the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you.
Section 20, Your Worship, refers to the Bulls Community Patrol waiver request. They operate hiring Te Matapihi in March, we have applied the not-for-profit rate consistent with our rules. I rejected any further discount on the basis that they are not-for-profit, and we've applied the correct protocol. And also in line with our desire to minimise fee waivers, as previously discussed within workshops. They have requested that this come to council for your consideration.
Who's brave enough to put a motion on the floor?
I'll move that the council does not agree to waive the profit fee.
Moving that. Seconded. Seconded, Councillor Wilson. Wish to speak to it.
And back up to the CE, and we've applied the right fee at the time. And yeah, the message, you know, we've got to start looking at some of the waivers that we do give. And I believe they should be able to pay $85 out of their community patrol.
Other speakers? Other questions? To the vote. Those in favour? I'm not going to show 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Motion's carried. I suspect that they will look for some sponsorship around that $85, to be honest, but that's great.
So finally, Your Worship, is the future roading procurement strategy. I'll ask my Chief Operating Officer to comment.
Thank you, through Your Worship. Some of the previous councillors might remember this. We started with a procurement strategy journey about August last year. I was planning to update you on progress. We need to get to a point where we as a council, as RDC, decide what our strategy is going to be and what that looks like. With me being back on board, I'm planning on bringing a report to the March council meeting. And I'm hoping to, well, if there's time available for us to discuss the topic at one of the workshops as well, on the way to the March council meeting, for us to be in a position to make a decision what our strategy will look like and how do we move forward on that. Thank you.
So we need to have the roading procurement strategy resolved by council and submitted to Whakakotahi by end of June.
It will include timelines. So what I've done is I've gotten some expertise to figure out exactly what the rules are from NZTA requires from us, what all these options look like, what those timelines look like. What I want to do is to put you in a position to make a really informed decision about what you want to do. It's a really large contract. And that's kind of what I'm after, is put all of those timelines together, all those rules, and we'll present it to council.
So you don't need a recommendation as such. This is an information position, really, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
To council about the future.
I just have one question.
But questions, Councillor Dalgetty?
We've got 2 meetings in March. Just wondering which one it's going to be.
Council meeting.
Isn't there a council meeting on the 15th and then one at the end of the month as well?
It'd be the end of the month.
Just adopt the annual plan on the 15th.
So my short report concludes, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Can I have just a question?
If it's not too tricky, we'll go for it.
I'll try not to be. Just implications for Rangitikei being on its own. If an event happens like it's happened on the other side of the range, do we have a better, is it better for us to be involved with Manawatu if an event like that happens?
I think there's a few different issues that you've brought up in a very short space of time here. For instance, first of all, when you say go alone, even though we are part of a tripartite agreement, each council is still treated singularly. Where we've gone out is by way of contract negotiation in terms of rate, essentially. So that each council, and please correct me if I get any of this wrong, but each council still sits as an integral body in terms of its roading network. So that wouldn't that wouldn't be lost. And whether it is, the second question is, I wouldn't like to assume that it will be Manawatu. So we will go through a process of saying, hey, if we want to form a contractual relationship with others entering into negotiating with Waka Kotahi, who will it be? And it could be Manawatu, could equally be Wanganui or other councils. And then there'd be another subsequent question around who would administer the contracts. So if the question sits around administration of going alone, that's a different perspective again. No.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, that's well summed up. I think the bottom line really is exactly your question, Councillor, is that I think we should present the information to you for you to make the decision, and to take all of those things into consideration when you make the decision. And His Worship's right, there's a whole lot of range of things that we can choose from, but I feel maybe to this point you haven't really had the opportunity to look at all the pros and cons and say this is the best fit for us.
Thank you. Just one question for me, sorry to interrupt, Your Worship there. Just come back to me on the timeframes. When was this contract? What did you just say?
Yeah, timeframes. I can give you.
Talking about timeframes here, just.
Yeah, so we started the journey with it in August. The new contract will be in place on the 1st of July 2024.
2024.
Yeah.
The date I gave, Councillor, is the date by which our council's roading procurement strategy is submitted to Waka Kotahi.
Right, okay.
For their approval.
Yeah,
They still need to
so
approve.
that's where I was saying, hang on, that's a very short time frame.
Therefore, you've got a year from submitting for their approval to us actually getting a solution in place.
Okay. It just, and no disrespect, I mean, have we got the capacity to be going through such an important document within the scope of what we've got in place now? I mean, this is a very, very big, generally 9-year tends to be where this one sits. This is a significant piece of work that we're looking at here.
I agree with that. I think we would have more confidence in that once we get those NZTA timelines and rules back. So if we can give you confidence that we have to make an absolute decision by a certain date, we can then, see if there's enough time for that.
It is also in the top 3 priorities of my Chief Operating Officer, given the importance you've just said.
Thank you.
And could it be up to review that it is 3 lots of 3 years? Yes, it could. Could the system of contract be up for review as to whether it is a cost plus profit margin type scenario? All of those things will be on the table, I'm sure.
Further, if I may, Your Worship, and it is an operational space, but I just wondered if once we're getting down through this, and I now understand this time frame to July, there may be some space where Your Worship and some elected members might want to be involved a little bit in that, because I think there's some things floating around here which might need a little bit more consideration, perhaps.
No, it is not an operational matter. It is a governance issue. It is an operational matter to provide councillors with the options that sit in front of them, but it is a governance contract, and a very significant one. And they will provide, as an operational team, all of the best advice and so on, but it would be you as governors that make the determination on what type of contract you enter into and with whom.
Spooky.
And it'll be probably the biggest contract you'll ever have in front of your table.
If I may make a comment on that, Your Worship, I completely agree with His Worship. I think this is one of the great examples of a good team effort, that we could really do something great together. I think over the last couple of years, the roading has got a lot of attention, and I know it's a hot topic for a lot of the councillors. And I think the only way that we can achieve a good outcome is to get all the input and be sure that we tick all the boxes as a team together.
Thank you. That brings us into reports for decision. Councillors, we're due to take a break in about 6 or 7 minutes. Would you prefer to take a break now, 10 or 15 minutes, and then start on the whole next block?
Like what time?
Sorry?
1 minute silence and 2 minutes. 4 and 5.
Can I ask a question while we're waiting then for that? I'm just something that Councillor Wilson talked about, but is that expert advice? Are we confident that we don't need to get any outside expert advice around this roading procurement to assist our councillors in their decision making?
It's a good question. I have an outside company that are absolute experts in roading procurement. And we're starting work on that next week with them.
Okay.
So I've asked for an independent expert with a heap of experience in this to help us.
Awesome, thank you.
Councillor Carter, can I just have a clarification? Your request
I'm sorry, I'm getting my calendar mixed up. It's fire service are running a 1 minute silence at 2:55 at the time of the funeral for one firefighter named Dave.
Councillor Duncan.
Just on the previous conversation, it would be, I'm sure this is already included in it, but I would be really interested to see what our neighbouring councils are looking at as examples of, modelling, basically.
For the road.
For the road.
And at a political level, we're starting to see these plays coming out now. Wanganui Council, for instance, are quite interested in talking to us about their relationships. Then you have companies talking to us. Downers would love to present to you, as will Higgins, as will Fulton Hogan, etc., etc. So if you went Wanganui, you'd probably be also included in the conversation Ruapehu because of their historic relationships. Manawatu, there's relationships we have with Manawatu, obviously, but that includes Horowhenua. Then you have neighbouring Palmerston. There are tentacles going everywhere here. It will be a very complex position, and I suspect that as council we will need to set up a working party to actually understand all this, because it will be quite involved. Now that I've got very much closer to 3 o'clock, we'll call a halt here. 3:15, we'll be back into it. Keeping up to
Was that when it was open?
reports for excuse me, decisions, 10.1. Katrina, you can take us through this, the spatial plan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. What you've got in front of you today is a draft community spatial plan that I'm recommending that you adopt for community consultation. As the Mayor mentioned earlier, we've been through the first 3 phases of this project: background research and development, community engagement, which happened early last year, and then development of the draft spatial plan project. So the next step is consultation that I've proposed to run for 6 weeks from the 9th of March through the 25th of April, using a range of engagement approaches: online, in-person and hard copy. I have proposed that the in-person events are aligned with our annual plan events, which the consultation will start in a few weeks' time for that as well. I have also proposed that the oral hearings held alongside the annual plan hearing, which is scheduled for the 11th of May in 2023. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Councillor Lambert.
Oh, well, it's probably a bit of it'll answer itself really, but you're obviously very happy with the way it is. There's nothing there that you're got second thoughts on or anything.
Yep, so there are still a few proofing errors sitting in there. If anyone does notice any proofing errors, please send them through to me. You'll notice there's a few photos that is missing in the version that you've got. But in terms of the content, from my perspective, we're really at the stage where we've made an attempt to incorporate the community views that we got during the process last year. And now it's time to go back and say, have we got this right? Does this reflect your priorities? What are your priorities in further detail? To get that community feedback on it.
Councillor Dalgety.
I'd like to move recommendation 1 and 2. You know, there's a bit of urgency.
Good work. So second to do that, Councillor Duncan. You were just going to move, or a question?
No.
Any further, do you wish to speak to it?
I just had a question.
Certainly.
Have you got a date for when you want it sort of finalised before you send it out? And from us, like, will we get a look at it prior to that date?
So through you, Your Worship, yep, so we'd be looking to finalise it for printing late next week. So if there are any edits or errors you see in it, please send it through to me, preferably before the 2nd of March.
Thank you.
Well, I'll put it straight to a vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Yes. So far.
Thank you.
10.2, the PMO report. So we'll deal with each one of these as we in situation as we go through. So number 1.
Could I maybe start highlighting just that part of the PMO report this time is our 2 work plans that we want to seek your endorsement for. So they're attached to the PMO report, and the key thing that I'm and the team is seeking on endorsement for is on page 7 of these work plans, which is the prioritization of the constraints of this project. So when we had our session around capital projects, I was explaining how there are restraints to each project, and you cannot have them all on top priority. So you can't have a cheap, high quality and fast building, for example. And so we're seeking just to, basically I've included a suggestion of what I would suggest both the Marton de Bowles wastewater centralisation project and the Marton water strategy has, like what suggestion the order should be, but I'm seeking your input on whether you agree with that or not. So the recommendation as part of the PMO reads actually that it will be endorsed with or without changes to the priorities, I think.
Just slow down to make sure that everybody's on the same page here.
Dina, you quoted page 7, but we haven't got that
103.
page.
Attachment, sorry. Oh, yes, okay.
103.
103, sorry.
103.
103 and 118. So with the centralisation project, for example, there's currently obviously a urgency around timeframes. And therefore I have made that the first priority, cost being the second, and then the scope being one that is the third, and yeah. So
I take questions around this first in terms of, so you're looking as part of that whole piece of that report as to where it includes scope and all sorts of things in it.
yeah, so the work plan, the idea of it is that basically this is the way that we approach this project. This is including what the high level objectives are. It includes a scope statement, and then it breaks down into scope items. It just gives you an idea of what we think the approach around timing and budget and project team is, basically.
Maybe I can kick off, councillors, with a couple of questions. First of all, with this project and Marton wastewater project, we set up some community groups and we're not using them, but what process have we got to dissolve them or use them? So if you think of the same principle with the Bulls wastewater plant, centralisation project, we set up a whole lot of people in the community to be part and parcel of that. So I just need that tidied up at some stage. Are you with me? You understand what I'm getting at here?
Yes, if I could add to that. So for the Marton to Bulls wastewater project, there was, prior to my time at council, a kind of advisory group that had been set up. That was subsequently replaced by Jess with a project advisory group. And there was a number of 4 or 5 people that had been nominated for that. And I believe that Jess had held maybe one preliminary meeting with them. And those names were actually endorsed by council. I believe that group has been dormant rather than extinguished.
Yeah.
And so as this project progresses, it might be wise to refresh your thinking on the need of that group. And if you feel it's no longer required because of other expert arrangements, we would need to discuss that or advise that to council.
So I just need to tidy up processes around that thing. It might save us a lot of grief later if we do that. In terms of the Marton water, the report is based on 5,000 cubes, isn't it?
The report, the work plan.
Yeah. In terms of the scope for this project, in terms of our capital growth and possible, commercial, industrial, whatever growth, is that an appropriate figure in terms of scope?
I would have to ask Arnold for his input on that.
Because it's part of the scoping documents.
One thing I just want to point out is that I'm not seeking approval, I guess, on the way that we approach things. I just wanted to share with you, normally when you have projects, you would have a business case that would detail all these things before you start the project. And so this is a way of summarising what we think the situation is and getting that endorsed by council.
Yeah. And I get that you're trying to establish a system here effectively, and I totally get that. But when you endorse it and it includes some scope figures within it, then you're endorsing that that's a suitable figure as well.
No, the document is a living document. It will have amendments and changes. So currently, what we're wanting you to endorse basically is the settings of the project restraints, the order of them.
I have no difficulty with the project objectives, project scope, as headings and all of those things, but I'm just aware that when you start putting figures in it as an adoption document to council, they tend to get adopted as that's what we're considering. And just it's appropriate that we at some stage ask the questions whether that scope is still correct.
Yes,
I misunderstood this.
Yep, no, the answer is yes, and that includes potential expansion in commercial, industrial, and residential property. So at the moment, just so for reference for the room, our average consumption is 2,500, 2,800 cubes a day. In the summer, that goes up to early fours. Exactly. And what we're asking for is 5. So it's not 5 from the new bore as well. It's 3.5 from the existing Tutanui bore and 1.5 from the new bore. And that's kind of few. Those are the numbers, but it takes everything into consideration that is included in the spatial plan.
But in terms of the process, you've listed it as the way you're going about this. I have no problem at all. It's just, I just want to make sure that we're not embedding figures every time.
Just a question on, again, sort of around the scoping, but page 102, I just read there at the bottom of it says for the long-term solution of iwi and the council still aim to discharge to land. Is that an indicator that we may not be able to discharge to land? And also, just supplementary, I noticed that in high use times, we can still maybe put stuff in the rivers, whereas some of the consents that are around farming and stuff have to have storage so that can be put on at an appropriate time. I wonder if we're still aiming to go to land, or you're going to come back to us and ask that we change that scope. And potentially are we going to be landed with having to store effluent so that if we are going to land that it can be.
So when you have irrigation to land, there's always the storage option. Either if you want to try to do irrigation to land 100%, in most cases there's a storage option needed. Like Marton, for example, has shown that the land is very beautifully free draining, but still requires a stop to irrigate through certain months. Yeah. So the process for this is why we split it into a short-term and long-term. There's a process around working towards the best practical option for the long-term, which is quite strongly indicated by iwi and horizons that it should be irrigation to land. And we are this is what we're working with LEI on, low environmental, sort of working with the community and with iwi how we get to this outcome. So it's quite a long process that you go through, and that is all part of the preparation to a resource consent as well. So there's the goal is this, but I don't know if you've seen maybe the Palmerston North wastewater consent that has been handed in recently, which is aiming to irrigate to land as well, and it's like a $500 million plan at some stage. So there's obviously a huge cost in this, and land prices have risen. So what we are trying to work to is what is the best practical option within our restraints, and if there needs to be a request to council that we need to increase budgets, for example, because the recommendation is that the best practical option is to actually do this and increase budgets because it is the best way forward, and we'll come back to you with that. But it is quite a process to actually work through to be able to give you a more definite recommendation, I guess, on this.
Councillor Kalkin, Councillor Loudon, Councillor Kalkin.
Just to move this along, do I understand it right that on page 103 where you've said the constraints are time, cost and scope, and then again on page 118 the same same thing. Those are the ones that you're asking us to endorse, is that time is the number one priority, as an example, on 103. We must have the time deadline. And then the second priority is we must have the budget. And then thirdly is the scope. If anything goes, the scope changes first. That's the endorsement you're looking for?
That is pretty much, it gives us an indication to see what it looks like when we're being successful. So when there's changes, it still means that we're highlighting them to you. We still report them back to you. That doesn't change. And you are still the people that decide on budget, obviously. It just helps us to make sure that we give you right recommendations in the order of the priorities.
Can I move the recommendation 1, 2, and 3?
Take a question from Councillor Lowen first.
Alina, thank you. I struggle to understand the purpose of the report. I was very concerned by the risk profile on page 111. They're all sitting at high apart from a few mediums, and I just wanted to know where this project is going. Has it stopped for the moment? The cost structures involved, there's a 25% chance that we'll have 25 million, and that is really quite scary for me in a budgeting sense. Are you asking for more money? Are you highlighting the fact that there's going to be big cost overruns on this project, and who's going to be paying for them, and how are they going to be paying for them?
So if I can answer first to the budget, we have been asked to add a percentage confidence to our budgets, because in the past we obviously had quite a few projects that we had to come back for extra money, and we are trying to indicate that at the moment, because the way that these projects work is you have to go through certain steps, and with Marton, for example, until we know the consent conditions, we can't give you 100% confidence cost estimate, because we don't know what it is. So there's so many steps involved at the moment to get closer to the outcome and the result, that is just a confident. It doesn't mean that that the cost indicated is 20% of what is needed, because we don't know that. It just means that our confidence is low, saying that we know that this is the exact amount of money that we need. And for the risks, this is also just to highlight, I guess, the risks that we have seen at this stage. It's common to have risk registers for projects, and they will add items. We will change them when risks are, relieved or changed. But it is good practice to try to think of anything that could go wrong, because, basically there's so much change happening in these projects that you just have to scope what might be a potential risk and what may be avoidable or not.
Are there time limits to getting this project done? I know that we've been out of consent on our present Marton Wall for a long time, and I'm not quite sure what the funding from forward would be on a project like this.
There are timelines around our consenting process, and it's a negotiated process in effect with Horizons, because literally if we can't determine some timelines to their satisfaction and an investment to achieve those to their satisfaction approved by council, we will start incorporating it. We will start receiving bonds.
The suggestion that Horizons will consider is actually a court enforced order.
How will that work if we've got this pipeline and we've got no land for it to go to?
So
it's to me, it's fraught with difficulties.
At the moment, the deadline that we're working towards is that Horizons wants to see a draft consenting strategy for our short-term and long-term approach on this project by the end of March. So basically, they want to see that in the short term, we are looking at how we make sure that the pipeline is completed, how it will transfer into being actually operational,
and how we then tie that in with a long-term consent for irrigation to land or whatever the practical option, the best practical option is. So it's at this stage, we have the draft, there's a milestone for the draft consenting strategy, and they also want to see as part of that milestones going forward. Once we have submitted this, then we have to follow these milestones and show that we are doing significant progress for them to keep holding back a court order.
By putting forward that draft,
Just hang on a second. Really want us to start being able to speak to emotion. If there's a series of questions here, just need some clarification as to where you want to go and whether other councillors want to ask questions as well. So I'll proceed, but just with that warning in mind.
well, all I wanted to say was I'm concerned if we are asked to provide the draft by the end of March. We provide a draft, this is what we're going to do, and that commits us to do it, no matter what the cost is going to be. And there seems to be a lot of risk within the cost framework and a lot of unknowns, and to me that's risk.
That is.
Yeah, I think what Adina is doing for these two projects are that they are both high risk and high public interest projects. The risk, if we're just looking at Bulls to Marton wastewater, is we are as a council required to comply with consents. What's been put into our long-term plan, etc., is a number, and as the project is evolving, we realise that we haven't actually done this fundamental piece of work, which is making sure that we prioritise at your guidance which of those three areas is the most important to you. So you might come to us and say the most important thing in your determination is cost, and then our advice back was go, that's fine, but we will not achieve, or we potentially will not achieve either a timeline or a compliance. And what this is doing is really bringing good governance to the practice in these projects, arguably a year or two late, and I accept that. But we must comply and must have a consent. How we do it is the thing that's for discussion, and the concern that's been raised is if we want 100% deferral to land, that is likely to cost considerably more than 25 million. But not having a consent will just put us in court. So we're trying to find a solution based on your priority.
Jared.
Well, further, I'd like to move recommendation 1, recommendation 2 that is endorsed by council with, and recommendation 3 endorsed by council with.
If you do that, let's do them one at a time. First of all, so you're moving project management office be received only. Looking for a seconder to that. Councillor Duncan seconding. Any questions around this? No? Put those in favour. Sorry, did you have a question, Councillor Duncan?
I've got some questions around the report. Yeah, do you want them now? Yeah, you're coming back to them.
Can they be separated out to the other recommendations that sit within the report?
Yeah. Yeah, around the different different projects.
I think what's happening, Your Worship, is that in the report we have a number of projects. We haven't discussed those. We've gone straight to the recommendations, and that perhaps is confusing. I would hope that you would be willing to listen to the other, which I think is what Council is referring to.
All right. Just wondering how to progress this, because that's all of the project management reports. But I think I'm quite happy just to receive that. This is just receiving the information that's contained. So I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. All we've done is just receive the information. Recommendation 2, that the work plan for Marton de Boer's centralisation program is endorsed by council, and you're saying with changes to the project
Without any changes.
Is there a seconder to that? I'll second it, but that's not to say that I'll agree with it. I want the discussion to proceed.
So the rationale I've got for the Marton de Boer's wastewater centralisation is there's 3 things on the table that we've been asked to consider. Constraint number 1 being time, constraint number 2 being cost, and constraint number 3 being scope. And if we were to look at the most important priority that we've got to achieve on that project is time. We've got to deliver an outcome on that project. And then secondly is to deliver it within as close as we can to the budget that's been set, with the scope to change based on how quickly we can do it and how cost effectively we can do it. So the scope will be the one that has to change depending on the outcome. And I completely agree with the way that that's been framed up.
Now, as I said, I agree with what you're trying to do, but if scope may well have to change, and you're saying without changes as a constraint, that's where I have an issue of wondering whether. Yeah, actually, I'll go ahead with that.
If I may add.
I know where you're going. I'll go ahead with that. That's still saying that the scope is a constraint. How we deal with that constraint is subject to further advice, really. Any other questions? Otherwise, any other speakers? Councillor Duncan? That's a hesitant.
Yes. I'm very much concerned with, and it goes down into things, talks about quality. And if I'm worried about us going ahead in a timeline with the 25 million and then finding that we can't discharge to land because we have a commitment to our iwi to do everything in our power to make that a reality. And I think that in the Taihape space, I think we've given ourselves 10 years. I'm not sure with this one. Sorry, I haven't seen that information, but I'm just wondering if we get a certain amount of the project done for 25 million in the timeline, does that still allow us, perhaps, and it's still with discharge, some discharge to water, does that still give us the ability to continue to pursue discharge to land as the request from iwi, the absolute request from iwi?
So this work plan was actually reviewed by iwi as well. So the approach that we're taking is that we are forming this partnership, and we made it really clear with them that we want to go through this process with them as partners and have them on board in any decisions, or not decisions, sorry, any consultation that is happening or any discussion that is going on. So they are quite happy with the approach. They are keen to see what we can do also, like we need to focus on the short term and the long term. They're quite on board with that approach, and they want to see progress as much as Horizons and everyone else. So I think this is where it goes in that we're walking this as partners. So definitely would be, and it doesn't mean that all these other ones go out the door. There's so many things that affect the project. These are just the top 3 that give us direction which way we present reports, or that we can talk to you and explain to you where we're going with this.
I'm very concerned that you'll never get land to do this, which means that the investment's going to be made, but we're still going to be non-compliant at the Marton Wastewater Treatment Centre. What alternatives have been put forward to deal with that issue at the Marton Wastewater? Has that been consulted on? What are the alternatives if you just can't get land to dispose of?
So this paper really is identifying that as one of the potential constraints around us, and recognising that, and effectively saying if that is the constraint, then how do you proceed to be able to deal with that? Am I sort of getting this in the right sort of space?
Yes. I think, to answer the councillor's question as well, Your Worship, is that our regional council want us to be compliant with consent. We want to be compliant with consent. If the only way we can be compliant is to go to land, but at a cost that is not affordable to council, it's a no-win situation. And so some of the things that we were looking for is, how do we achieve compliance, or as close as we can to compliance, or demonstrate a pathway to compliance, or look at alternatives. So there might be new technologies coming through that reduce the receiving environment to a more acceptable level. So all those things need to be considered, but we'd be at a eternal stalemate if we were to, if the land was so prohibitively expensive that our council couldn't afford it. And that's not what the regional council are looking for. I know it's not a definitive response, but
it's a difficult one. I understand it's practical
application.
Maybe as an example, I can put that Palmerston North application in as well, that is currently being processed. Obviously hasn't been accepted maybe, but they even mentioned it as an example. The consent application includes an area of possibly suitable nearby land. So it doesn't actually say this piece of land, because you can technically go through this process where you take land because it's for the better good of the people. But the consenting process is not very straightforward. There's a lot of ways you can go, and a lot of ways you need to show how the receiving environment is going to change, or how this is going to affect culturally the area. So there's a lot of factors in this where it's not a straightforward line. But Horizons, what they want to see is that we've got a plan how we're going down that road. They want to see, and they want to have evidence that we are working with the community and with iwi and with people around us on this plan, and that we are making progress. They can't stipulate to us that we have to do certain things, obviously.
Got that. Councillor Wilson.
Just to point out, and please correct me, Adina, see if I'm wrong here. Discharge to a land environment is desirable, and not only to iwi, but to many people. And that's why we're going down this line. But it is not the be-all and end-all. We can, if we need to, scope as part of it, discharge to the river, to waterways, but that's a change of scope. Now, I'm correct in saying that it is a possibility. It's not what we're trying to avoid that, but we can do that if we had to, all partial discharge to water. Am I right in saying that?
It's a possibility.
The problem is that there's obviously regulations from Horizons that make sure that you do certain things in a certain way. So you could apply for a consent, for example, in Marton to discharge to the Tunuri stream, but I could promise you that you wouldn't get it.
That doesn't deal with the bulls issue as well, hence the way you've got the pipeline between the two.
Yeah. So there's obviously, if you can come up with a option, basically, it's about an option and an analysis, and trying to find the option that is most suitable with the regulations that people can live with or that they agree on. And that could even be a short irrigation to land, like on a few months, a year or something like that, that improves the situation. So there's so many ways of doing this, so that, yes, 100% irrigation to land would be desirable, but it's not probably what a lot of the consents are.
Councillor Dalgety.
In the back of my mind, I've always thought that a more collaborative approach with iwi may be possible, and so we discharge to forestry land. Is that correct that would be an option?
Yeah, I mean, what if you find land? What you actually do with the land is there's a multitude of options.
They own the land.
If they own, yes, I mean that would be an option.
Yeah.
I think we're breaking off into individual actions. I'll go back. You've spoken to the motion. Any other speakers to the motion? As I said, I will support this. I think it is a way of looking at it rather than that individual detail within it at this stage. And we're going to have to go through a heck of a lot more work and pain yet. So I'll speak in favour. Any other speakers? I'll put it to vote. Those in favour? Carried. Can we take the same principle in terms of the Marton water strategy? Because again, it's a replication of this in terms of process. Are you still happy to move? Yes. I'm happy to second. Are you happy if we put it to the vote? Yep. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. But we do serve a little bit of notice here in that we actually need some refinement of scope and direction as quickly as we can to fit within the constraints that we have.
Okay. Right, and then we go back to each project. Yeah. Okay. Is there any questions?
Thank you. So we're now on project 1, Marton.
Centralisation page.
81.
Councillor Dalgety.
Just a question around project 1, please. Just, with what we've seen on the footage, I'm just interested in the resilience of our pipeline we've put in. Does any of it go under bridges, and can you comment on that respect?
There's, at the moment, there's 3 more crossings that we're trying to close out over small sort of creeks. And it will be considered, obviously, if there's flood issues with that, there's a resource consent required for that. And so,
when do you mean close out? I'm not understanding what does that mean.
The pipeline has been installed, as per we've been reporting on this, but there are 3 crossings that need to be completed. So there's a gap basically in the pipeline, and that we're closing that because at the time, if we wouldn't have taken it out of the scope, it would have delayed the project significantly, and there would have been a huge cost. So we're dealing with them separately at the moment, and those are the 3 crossings. But because they need resource consent, we will make sure that there's obviously it is suitable for the environment there.
Thank you.
Can I just ask the land suitability map that you refer to? Can you get that out to councillors? And the reason I say that, there are councillors in this room that have access or partnerships with land or intimate knowledge of who owns these blocks of lands. It may well be helpful to understand this. It's not as if we'd be going to individual property owners and saying, hey, your land's worth a fortune to us, but it would be useful to know. Sorry, somebody else had a question here. No, further questions around this report? No, we're doing like stun demands, I think.
If I just may add, Your Worship, one thing from this. Yeah. I think the former resolution in terms of timing being important for this project will go a long way in our discussions with Horizons. So thank you for that resolution you just made.
Marton Industrial Park and Rata.
Unfortunately, no change yet. No decision has been made.
No,
All green arrows are a dinosaur.
it's
All
incredibly
the red
frustrating.
arrows are gone.
Yes, everything's good. Yep, the Martin Water Strategy, at the moment, they're going down with a screen to the 270 metre mark. Once that is installed, there can be some testing completed around the flow rate and quality of the water. And there will be some more information around the soil around the bore that also will be analysed, and then we can report back on what the outcome is.
And the bore's down 460 metres, did you say?
They went to the bottom, but there's two stratas that will be tested that are a bit higher. So 270 and then 319 metres. There's two pieces of water, not pieces, but like areas of water. Pardon? Yes. So they're gonna test both of them to make sure that we know the quality of both.
Councillor Wilson, Councillor Dalgety, Councillor Wilson.
Just on this subject, I just note that you got a total budget there of 11 million, but it's a slightly different figure in those other documents that we were just looking at. Further up, it's 11.5 million. It's $500,000 difference between the two.
Okay.
You were looking at those other documents at page 103
Oh, yes.
to 106.
Oh, yes. I'll double check that, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure that's got 11.5 in it, but this document here still says 11.
Okay.
Yeah, I had picked that up as well. It is important that these figures marry up. I was going to say, have these
The other one,
projections
the other one, that other document's got a greater breakdown of where the costs are sitting, but there's two different figures.
Right. Okay.
Councillor Dalgety?
I still think that this Marton Water is probably the biggest issue facing our ratepayers, and I still don't think that a fair percentage of them realise what we're actively doing to try and correct this issue. I wonder if we can step up some comms. Theory might say that you need to see something 7 times before it'll go in. But a variety of comms I still don't think there's a sector of the community that realise what's happening.
We have put a bit of comms around that, but I think we'll leave that for council to consider.
Thank you.
Councillor Lowry.
When do we expect sort of water testing reporting?
Once I get the screen down, I need to double check, but it was like 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah.
Moving on.
The next ones are the Marton Civic Centre and the Marton Town Hall. I guess there's no change from last month because, you're aware of that.
And that's going to come up in a workshop shortly, but Councillor Carter.
Maybe just a question off the back of the recent earthquake. Was there any further risk as a result for those buildings? Has that inspection been done? Are we okay?
We haven't further checked it, but yes, there's obviously more risk. There would have been movement to the building, but we haven't done another assessment on either of them.
What I had asked previously is that some white marker paint of some form gets measured, it gets placed beside one of the main cracks at the back, so that we know that when we measure that crack, we know where we're measuring. And when we start to do that assessment, they may well be doing that in some shape or form, but you need to go to a consistent place. It's no good just looking at a crack and saying, I think this has got bigger. Simon.
Just somebody's graffiti there, the Marton building, on the corner there, in the alleyway. Just so, I'm not quite sure whether staff have seen that, but you're going to invite people to be in there soon if you're not careful.
Yeah, I mean, I've long suspected we may well get to the stage where council order the destruction of its own building under health and safety.
Yeah.
And that's where we're heading if we do nothing. Might take a while, but that's where we're heading. Yes, carry on.
The Taipi Amenities Building, there's obviously good progress happening. Andy has come and had a look yesterday, and we will make sure we plan for a pre-opening walkthrough with the Northern Ward Councillors. They're looking currently at the finish date of early April. We've been hitting every delay possible with the weather being terrible, and now we had a supplier from the Hawke's Bay that was affected as well. So, you know, it's just been one of those projects. So yeah, they're making really good progress though. And
Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. Just whipping back to the Taihape Town Hall, it says on page 87, it says staff are to present options to council in February 23, including the unsolicited offer received. So I guess that's March, eh?
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Any questions around the amenities building? The grandstand has had no further changes to it.
I would just like to say, the Taiku Amenities Building, I had a walk around it the other day, and it looks fabulous. And I understand the constraints around the supply issues out of the bay and so on. But they're fairly convinced that they will see completion of this project in April. And that's not that far away. And I think, boy, if you're convinced you'll see it end in April, I think you're be doing incredibly well. One of the things that's become really apparent to me is this will be the mecca for long distance truck drivers. So they will get free parking, great pull-off area, and to be able to have a shower and toilets and so on. And I'm not saying we shouldn't do that, but this will be under heavy community use. No. It looks great. Sorry, carry on.
You said it was free parking.
The Lake Waipu improvement and Ratana wastewater treatment plant. Grandstand? Yep.
Just wondered if this report now needs to reflect the fact that it's got heritage listing as of the 26th of January.
Councillor Morton.
On the Waipu one, I just noticed in your task completed, there's no mention, this is further down on page 93, that Ratana program revised now that land purchase area secured. Is that the land for waste disposal or?
So where was that?
Oh, okay, so you've got task completed.
Yeah.
There's no mention of any land being purchased on page 92.
Okay, can we just make sure that please we match up those reports?
And then down on page 93 under program, with the yellow arrow, you've got Ratana program revised now that land purchase area secured.
So when the tasks completed don't include all the tasks ever completed. They just basically update each month.
Okay.
So the land purchase, that has been purchased a while ago, so that's why this is part of the project now.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realise that it had been purchased because from what I remember last was that you were still working out where you were going to put the land-based.
Okay, just so task completed, you could finish that by saying in the last period.
Yeah.
So since the last report. So they will always be brand new. On what you see on page 93 is a completely different project, but linked. And so this is the regional consenting program, and that doesn't, the program part doesn't update necessarily every month. So yeah, I can see where there is confusion, but the land has been secured for Ratana, and all of the consents are based on that very land.
Thank you. Can we move on to miscellaneous? Councillor Dalgelli.
Yeah, just a question around number 9 and more Hunterville. Just interested going forward around, once you get that consent in April, timelines. In my lifetime, there's been very few sections developed in Hunterville, and I believe there's another significant development likely to go ahead, and I'm just suddenly worried that if we don't have this, if our infrastructure isn't up to cope with this new development, 1 in 50 year or 2 in 50 year developments, then that's going to be a sad thing.
Yeah. So we had a meeting with potential developers in Chambers with a proposal to have a further discussion around the Horizons position. That discussion is going to be, I can't remember the
2 weeks.
2 weeks time.
Around the consent.
Around that, literally around that consent, the discharge consent, and the position of being able to potentially add new output to that consent process.
Thank you.
So it is something that staff, planners and council staff are working on very, very recently.
And I have updated the developer yesterday, Your Worship.
Yeah, all that.
Well, with that development possibility, development contributions towards Hunterville's wastewater system, has that been raised with the developer? If that's required?
That was part of the discussion around how they, for instance, would connect to the network, etc. So, you know, it's probably not a suitable place to discuss in council, you know, what that development agreement could potentially look like. But certainly, you know, there would be discussions in that space. Anything else? I'll just remind.
Oh, we're on miscellaneous. I still take it. I assume that's Hunterville RSA, not DSA.
Yeah.
It's a DSA for the town hall.
Oh, right.
Details.
Sorry, should have added town hall.
Seismic assessment. Yeah. Just remind staff that we will be meeting with Scott's Ferry on the 6th of March and having a really good answer to their pump position. It's important.
Just further to that, I was going to ask that of this report here, and thank you for including it now in a lot more detail than we've seen in there for some time, and it's a matter that's been hanging around. I see you've got a couple of numbers in there. I'd like to understand previous decisions were made by council, and we will be going back some years on this one as to a budgetary amount of money. I'd like to understand that, not now, but for a future, where that sits within this indication of expected costs and what has been flagged as to where that sits, because there was a previous council decision made around funds. And I think to go forward with this project, which I'm happy to see, looks like it might get some completion, we need to understand what that previous decision was and what those monies have been spent on.
If we don't have a really good story, I might be delegating the deputy mayor to go down to that meeting.
Councillor Carter and Councillor Kelkin will be joining us.
Sorry.
I just wonder, I'd be happy to take an action for to provide you prior to that, especially from Anna, I'm thinking it's for this project, to provide an update to a mayor and deputy mayor on that very question. I'm not sure, I'm presuming it's more for you than you, or is this a project now in the PMO?
The Scott's Ferry one?
Scott's Ferry pump, yeah.
It was, but...
Oh, if it is, so, okay, I'll come to you then. Just a one-pager to help the mayor and deputy mayor in their meeting with the Scott's Ferry community regarding a little bit more detail than this, and particularly around the carryover of the capital funding from previous council decisions.
Okay.
Just if I may help with that, and I apologise, Your Worship, there is an expectation that there was a block of funds available to Scott's Ferry, and I think that needs to be clarified, which could be clarified by your instruction.
I'll go Councillor. Touch base with each other. Councillor Carter, Councillor Duncan, Councillor Carter.
With the funding, I believe we were funding the stormwater to the street of Scott's Ferry, and that Horizons were funding the drain pump, were they not?
No, we were funding pumps.
Yeah, I can answer that. The pump belongs to, or was kind of a combined purchase between the farmers and Horizon, so it's not our asset. What we are proposing is to put the power train on it to make it work, so we don't rely on the farmer that brings tractor. So we have all of that in place. It's just to get that power train in there. Also, as for the funding, there was $500,000 approved 2018, and that included getting the existing stormwater to work as well as it can, and to replace the subsoil drainage down the road both sides. So that's all been done. What was left over from all that was about $100,000 that was the carryover for the pump.
We could have that document, it would be helpful.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Duncan?
No. But thank you. No, I'd like to leap back to A, if I may. I've just realised that I've had a fair bit of community questioning around the Papakai pump station project, and I see in here that community engagement is continuing with iwi and local Taipi interest groups and individuals. My feedback is that they require more of that, particularly the Friends of Taihape group, who have concerns around work they've done that is being undone and how it will be redone. So I just want to endorse that engagement needs to continue and perhaps escalate.
Okay. Are you happy with that, Sam? Nice.
We can improve on engagement with the specific group, yeah.
Okay, can I leave you to liaise internally? Right, I think, hopefully, that brings us to the end of that and takes us to 10.3, the RDC road maintenance contract, increasing the purchase order. Would somebody like to move, first of all, the receipt of the report? This is not hard, guys. Councillor Head, Tracy, and Councillor, sorry, he's got his hand up. Councillor Dalgetty, you're seconding?
I am indeed.
Thank you very much. Those in favour?
Aye.
Who's taking us through this?
I will take you through this report. It's a bit of a hangover still from the time while I was acting in the group manager role for Arnold, where the conversation started. So this is obviously Arnold's area. It's just the leftover part that we had started a conversation on. Basically, this is the report is around seeking to increase the purchase order for Higgins, for the main contractor. And also to explain a little bit more around how the current contract works and what resolutions have been made in the past for this contract. So pointing out a few things is that basically in April 21 there was a council resolution for an extension of the contract. The contract works in 3-year segments to a total of 9 years. So each 3-year segment has its own budget and plan, and so the team has to apply for Waka Kotahi funding, and once they get approval, then obviously it goes forward. The amount that was approved in April of $32 million did not include obviously emergency works, but also it didn't include the improvement part of the contract. So now we're trying to have a more clear way of going forward where this is a very operational thing, obviously, how we raise purchase orders. So the purchase orders are good practices to have a purchase order for one of the suppliers for the amount of the project that they're actually doing. So what we are wanting to do going forward is to actually raise a purchase order for the whole amount of the 3 years, so that it is really clear transparency and we chip away on that purchase order. Anytime there's changes, there will be obviously a regular, either quarterly or half-yearly reporting back to you to update you on any emergency works that have occurred or any changes to the program. So that's the technical side of things. When you go further under point 5, it's basically, it's just, there's a lot of numbers. So I'm just trying to guide you through that. There was a subsidised roading budget from the long-term plan 21 to 31 for the 3 years of this contract. That is around $41 million. That number hasn't changed, but in April, the contract that was signed off didn't include the whole amount of that budget. So it was just for 32. Now we are basically having a table there that shows you each category as a summary. So you have the maintenance, the renewals, the road improvement, and then you also have emergency works. And then each line has an orange underneath, a component of that amount that will be completed by Higgins. And Higgins will be doing basically all the work in the renewals, all the work in the road improvement. The only difference is that in maintenance, there's like a $2 million difference where other suppliers, for example, the street lighting contractor or like designs that need to be made by WSP, they might be part of that $2 million. So Higgins is basically from the subsidized roading component, they will do most of the work basically.
Just in terms of this process, this is highly technical, and most of you will not have any clue as to what it actually involves. What I need to be assured is that somebody has been through this at depth, and what I would encourage before this happens, that there's a regular meeting with the Deputy Mayor, Chair of Assets, and I'm presuming that the Chief Executive, you've gone through this in depth, because it's very, very difficult for the councillors to get their heads around this, to scrutinise it. And do you see where I'm...
And I can assure you that a number of people have gone through. Then the actual numbers themselves come from the roading team. It has been reviewed by Peter, and I have worked with the finance team, and Arno had a look over it as well. So a lot of people have looked at it. This is basically a bit of a tidy up of the purchase order.
Yeah, but
it is
essentially the decision is a governance decision as to whether approval has come to our table. So we need reassurance that that process has happened, and whether or not the Chair of Finance or Chair of Assets spends time and actually understands it on behalf of the governors as a report. Otherwise, we are improving something that we have very little understanding of, to be honest. I'm sorry to be blunt, but I can see I've spent a bit of time looking at these figures, and I get it, I think. But Councillor Kalkin.
I guess I had a deep read of this 3 or 4 times, and each time I sort of read it, I swayed as I was going through it. So I guess the thing I'm interested to know is to what is the benefit for doing this, and what is the risk of not doing it and of doing it? Because that's what I can't ascertain from reading.
So the contract has been signed with Higgins, right? And they have had a volume in that contract signed off by council. I guess the practice that is common is that when there's changes to such, when we are trying to increase a purchase order for such a significant amount, it is good practice to bring it back to council because that's within your delegation. And the problem is that it is highly technical. What we want to assure you though is that the budget itself hasn't changed. So what was signed off, there might have been the other councillors actually, but what was signed off is, it's the same budget. It's just that the amount that Higgins is doing is just increased. And we had emergency works that were added on top of that budget that were signed off individually. So there's, yeah.
So the question, I mean, what is the benefit of doing a single PO versus multiple POs as we're currently doing? Why, basically?
There's transparency around it. So for a lot of our projects that we've in the PMO have changed the approach a little bit towards having one purchase order so that you have real clarity on what payments go out. So one person controls basically that purchase order, one person matches invoices against it. So it becomes there's one person that knows exactly what's going on, and there's not multiple places that sign things off in the same contract. So when there's one contract, there should be one purchase order so that you have a real transparency of what is related to this purchase order and how should it get signed off.
Thank you. Thank you, Adina, and everyone who's worked on this. I see this as a tidying up, and yeah, so I understand that. That's great. What I'd like to say as a confused councillor is that when this relevant council resolutions has been quoted, and all the different ones are in there and the figures that are associated, and I took the time to tot them up just for fun. When you go down then to your work category and the total LTP subsidised roading budget, etc., none of those actual amounts are quoted in there. I'm assuming it's not because they've changed, because GST has been put on them, because it's still GST exclusive, so that was just confusing for me to see where that they were quoted but not actually then categorised or put into that. So that would have been helpful.
The good news is that this is actually the simplified version for the iterations. I can confirm that I have reviewed it and spent extensive time going through it. I think His Worship is absolutely right that as governors, you shouldn't just be taking my word. You need to be satisfied, and whatever way you may choose for that to happen, I respect. On this, it is a tidying up exercise. It's also partly, I would hope, helpful to understand how our current roading contract works, as we have previously talked today, going into further roading contracts. And typically for contracts, we have a contract and then we add some and we add some and we add some, and it's the sum of all those things which is the new contract value. This doesn't work like that because of changing dynamic priorities through ongoing assessment of roads, of emergency works, etc., contractor availability, COVID, all those kind of things are all in this, and that's where the numbers typically, I struggled, at least when I was reading this paper, I struggled to correlate them, and it was because of those unders and overs that are continuously and dynamically happening. Yeah.
This is why I'm quite strongly suggesting that the Chair of Assets, Chair of Finance, spend some time understanding these. So,
are you thinking of delegating?
Yeah. So that we don't get into a situation where.
Yeah. Two questions for me. I found it quite a fascinating document to read. I was really interested in it, particularly the way it referenced back to previous decisions that do go back a number of years for newer councillors to understand that these decisions come to us on a regular basis. And I've got two questions. One, has all Waikato FAR rates been calculated into this, or have we got some still outstanding? Or is that all calculated into this? We've got nothing outstanding from Waikato that comes to this, these numbers?
There's still 2 emergency works listed here for November and January, and they still have to be assessed.
So this is the raw number, excluding.
And secondly to that, reading through it, my assumption was that there was additional works or unsubsidised works as requested by council included in this as extra works to Higgins. Is that correct? over and above the roading contract. You made the comment before about we set a contract, but then we do this and this and still comes in. Is there extras in there that have been requested by council built into these figures, or is it purely and simply on the fixed contract?
It includes a series of dates and things within the report that give you some indication of that, where the recommendations came from.
It includes emergency works, which we actually asked you to approve.
But it's only the subsidised, this is only the subsidised work.
Only the subsidised, there's absolutely no unsubsidised work related to that.
I think it is a tidying up exercise, and I appreciate that. But in terms of emergency works, I also wouldn't want us to presume that it always has to be siphoned to Higgins. They are standalone. They can be standalone works. And it's convenient that Higgins have the capacity, usually, not always, but they have the capacity and machinery to be able to do it. But equally, we could put emergency works out to somebody else, couldn't we?
We could, however, there's obviously some sort of emergency as part of the work, like there's urgency around it, and the process to tender it out is quite a significant amount of time that is required.
Yeah, however, we've had some emergency work. I can think of some dropouts in the Turakina Valley that have been active works for a period of years while they've been researched as to how they're dealt with, etc. So, and sometimes there is quite a bit of time. Councillor Duncan.
Yes, sorry, I'm also remembering that our roading team actually did try and contract out $1.2 million worth of work in arrears and were unsuccessful. So it's becoming more and more difficult in this area to get anybody to do any work.
Yeah, and they've got to be qualified to work on their network and all of those other things. But I just don't want people to assume that it always has to be with. 2015, we had a huge number of contractors and subcontractors working on our network. Right. Somebody, where are we at in terms of...
Can I make a suggestion to you, Your Worship?
Thank you. I'd love that.
I wonder if I implement a new recommendation between recommendations 2 and 3 that says something like, don't write this down just yet, Kezia, that council delegate the chairs of blah, blah, blah to review this report. And then recommendation 3 is subject to the endorsement of the chairs, blah, blah, in point 2, and then the rest of it is exactly as per.
The timeframes permit that?
It is urgent to be able to pay Higgins.
Or is it a week, a day, or a month?
Like it needs to be done. We're already probably 3 days late because there wasn't a January meeting. Would it be possible to review with them after the recommendations have been even made?
I think we'll just have to
put it all together on Monday.
And the view of the chairs, relative chairs here is important to me.
Oh, we're together on Monday, so if that's any help.
You'd be available Monday?
Yeah.
Would you be available Monday?
Sorry, Worship.
Would you be available to do some review work on this document on Monday?
Yep. Timeframes. We'll sort that out, I'm sure.
I think it could be sorted. Councillor Marton.
I just want to say that at the end of the day, the figure is in the budgets and the long-term plan, isn't it? 43 million. So it's just a matter of working out how you're going to pay for it, or giving people authority to pay for it. That's right. So,
yeah. I mean, there is another level of scrutiny that goes on here, and that's called waka katahi, because a lot of this is subsidised work as well. And so they tend to review all this stuff as well. Terry.
Just a question, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like we've been asked to make a decision here on something that has to be a yes and it has to be now to be able to pay a bill it doesn't feel like as governors we had an option to say no here. So I'm worried, are we put in a preconceived position here?
That's why, and the chief executive has suggested that we approve subject to approval by those two chairs.
Sorry in the writing contract, what the paper is saying is, as Councillor Morn said, we are not going beyond what you have approved as a spend. So the budget for what you've committed and ratepayer fund, etc., has not been exceeded. The only thing that's different is how we have spent that money and to which contractor. And so we are needing to pay a contractor who's done a whole lot of emergency works and other things. And it's not possible to always get approval for different works ahead of time because we just get them in there to clear the road to get emergency works going. And that's the unusual nature of the governance in this spot. But I think to Councillor Moore, I wonder, Your Worship, given that we are not exceeding the LTP budget, which has already been approved by Council, we may just wish to have another recommendation that this decision is reviewed by the chairs.
Yeah. That would be acceptable for your time frame, wouldn't it? All right. If I could have some words around that.
If you'd like to do 1, 2, 3, and 4, I'll keep that.
So, yeah. So recommendation 2 could stand as is. The council acknowledges the value of the contract for the 3-year period and includes the LTP and approved emergency works. I'm happy to move. Does anybody happen to second that? Thank you. Did you get that? That was second.
I just had one more question. Is what's the urgency in getting a purchase order through? You know, like up to the 43 million. Have we got a contractor that needs paying?
Yes.
So that's the urgency.
That's what I raised earlier. Yep. I'll put it to vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. So recommendation 3. The council authorises the chief executive to approve and effect all of that. I'm happy to move. Looking for a seconder. Councillor Morn seconding. Any other speakers to it?
Just that I will not vote because I just don't feel comfortable that I understand it well enough to be able to, based on what I've read and heard today, that'll be my position.
Yeah. So you're signalling that you intend abstaining, in effect. I'll speak to this. I am looking for I accept that it's well within the LTP. I'm accepting the process. I'm accepting that it is in effect a tidy up. But what I am saying is I want it reviewed so that it is clearly understood by our relative chairs in finance and assets. And on that basis, that's why I'm prepared to move it. Any other speakers? All right, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? 1 abstention. Do you wish that recorded? No. Thank you. Recommendation.
Yes, a new recommendation for the council. I'll put this down for you. That council delegate to the chair of finance and the chair of assets and infrastructure to review this paper and to provide feedback to the March council meeting.
Council chairs, are you happy with that? Yeah. Not quite, because it's got to come from the floor. I'll move that. Looking for a seconder to that. Councillor Carter seconding. It's better that somebody outside of the two concerned do it. I'll put that to a vote. This is a scrutiny effort, if you like. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Staff, you may think that I'm being pedantic here, but I don't like the principle of a whole lot of people saying I don't really understand this. And you as governors can sign it off because we have reviewed it. You have that responsibility, it sits with you. So this is a little bit of a catch-all effect in my mind. So I've moved that recommendation, and Councillor Carter seconded it. Carried. Yeah. There's another recommendation there, which after that as well. What can we scroll? The council notes that a future severe the additional measures works is approved by. It's a given anyway. Do we really need that?
It really is, Your Worship, to remind elected members that why it's a note that this is not if we come back to you again, which we will need to do, we don't want to be thought of as a budget blowout or anything like that.
Yeah. Right. It's an advice note really, but I'm happy to move it. I'm looking for a seconder to it. Councillor Duncan is seconding. Anybody against? Those in favour? Those against? Carry. But it's something that has to happen regardless. 10.4. Done that. Portorino 10.5.
This has been tabled document from your.
Okay, this is another one of the, a project that has been sitting somewhere between Arno and Adina in the last few months. I wrote the paper as a result of connectivity issues. Mark Barnes is the project manager for this. He's living in the Hawke's Bay and dealing with issues there. So the reason, I think you've already approved the lateness of this report, or accepted the lateness, yep. So this is regarding the remediation of the landfill on Portorino Road. Elected members may recall at a workshop I showed you the photograph that's in the appendix of where we had intended to put most of the screened fill. We had a previous resolution that estimated between taking the contaminated waste to Bonnie Glen was 150,000, which was approved by you. And given the change in course of the river and some underestimation of the total volume, we now anticipate that to go further to a total of 510, so 360 above what you've already approved. Some of that is down to the river changing course, and some of it is a reassessment of the total volume. There are options to reduce that. That total does include a contingency of 10%, and you'll note that we are actively working with the Ministry for the Environment in section 3.11 to recover from the waste levy rebate 195,000. I can't give you any guarantee that will occur. It's an exceptional claim, and we're pushing through. I've got to say, based on the evidence I've had thus far, I've got a medium to low confidence of that success. That's not to say we won't pursue it.
Would somebody like to receive the report? Hickey and Jared, seconding. Those in favour? Those against? Carried.
Sorry, Richard, the only thing I would say is that when elected members were considering this year's operational and finance performance, we are in a moderately good standing at this stage. This will, as an operational unbudgeted cost, and will negatively impact our year-end result.
Right. got a whole lot of hands in front of me. So Jared and Tracy.
Thank you for this. I think the initial plan looks sound. I'm just interested to know, and you probably won't know the answer to this right now, but what is the impact of the last week on this, given that it's already eroded previously and we've just had one of the most significant weather events running down that waterway for a while?
Through you, Worship, the impact of that is a very good decision by elected members 18 months ago to pursue this. If we hadn't done that, we would have an environmental issue, and you know, the custodians of the Awa were agitated. Well, not agitated, it's the wrong word, but we're enthusiastic for a resolution to this, and we've done it.
Thank you. Okay.
That was actually my question.
Okay. Would somebody be happy to move recommendation 2? This is the increase in the budget. That's what you're doing? Seconded? We'll go with Councillor Lambert this time. And do you wish to speak to it?
Look, very, very briefly, Your Worship, this is very much our responsibility. A project that we started. I absolutely 100% agree with the words of the Chief Executive just then. It's a jolly good thing that we took the initiative to deal with it. It has been an expensive project. The clean-up result with not dealing with it would have been a lot more. I'd just like to see this matter get tidied up and dealt with. I think the tabled report was received, although a little bit disappointing that it's a tabled report. I think it's clear. I think it explains the situation. I think it takes us to where we need to get to. And I think recommendation 2 is a sound decision for this council.
Any other speakers to it? Otherwise I'll put it to a vote. Councillor Morn.
I just question whether investigation was done on other how we could dispose of this in other ways, particularly since I've had a conversation with a local up there that said they could take away a lot of the waste themselves. So maybe, yeah, I'm not against the motion. I just, yeah, there may be another option which we can talk about.
So the important part of this is the difference between managed fill and clean fill. And we know that the managed fill, which is the largest component of what we have, could not be transferred to another site without a resource consent. And what this paper says is, yeah, look, we can go and dig another hole, but we may be waiting a long, long time to get a resource consent, if at all. Or we may need to require to find 2 or 3 locations. So then there's the issue of, with managed fill, as Worship brought this up to me and at one of our own meetings regarding the potential for a hail site in the future. So that all those things have been considered, and we feel that this is our advice to you is to continue to put this into the Ranfuru Street or Road site, which already has a resource consent for this type of material. Fair enough, thank you.
Right, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. Recommendation 3, this is a noting to staff, from staff around the possibility of extra money, effectively, isn't it?
Yes.
You're happy to move? Move. Seconded. Councillor Teora, Vicky Teora. Shivers, I've got so many name combinations for you, Tracy.
Go back to Hegel.
I'll get there consistent sometime. Seconded, I'll put it straight to a vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. That deals with that item. Now, that's 10.6, is it? 11.1, sorry. We're going to get economic well-being. Would somebody who's going to speak to this? You've waited for your moment here.
I have, through you, Your Worship, I actually have to give credit to this report to my 2 team members sitting behind me, so I'm sure they'll be able to clarify the questions.
Right, would somebody like to move the report be received for sake of address? Councillor Carter, Councillor Dalgety, those in favour? Those against? Pandil. Question, you're just happy to move straight as a tabled report and take questions? Questions from councillors, please.
I struggled to read past once I saw we had growth of 2.3 compared to the rest of the country. That's really, really positive. That's great. Yeah, I couldn't concentrate after that.
Anything?
Just affordability for housing. Yeah. Is that based on our income streams in the community? Like the affordability for rental market, you suggested that the low stock levels, but affordability means if you have a low average income, you can't afford as much. Is that based on that low average income?
It's actually
True. Certainly.
Mr. Chair, you need to come closer, Ronnie.
Yeah, the table is developed by MHUD, or the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, as you rightfully point out, Councillor, that it is a measure of affordability in that it does compare income, but it also compares the cost across all areas in the country. So based on this, what we can say is that relationship is negative in relation to our surrounding regions and also to the country in general. So another very simple way of putting it is our rental affordability is decreasing at a faster rate than our surrounding neighbors and also across the entire country.
So in essence, it's an expensive place to rent here, based on income averages.
Yes.
This report, the data was taken at what time?
This data is reported in arrears, so the general report approximately half a year in arrears. This was reported, I would say, well, actually not quite that. It's 1 quarter in arrears. So this was reported originally in October, but it covers the October-December period.
What I would suggest is that it's partially academic. The market has changed so dramatically in the last 4 or 5 months. The availability of houses to buy and market rentals are dropping.
Response.
Certainly.
With all due respect, the actual cost of rentals is accelerating, and according to MHUD, the average price in our district has gone up on average somewhere between 12 and 14% over the last quarter. Over the last year, and it's actually accelerating at this point.
I believe that was the case when this report may well have been written, but we've had stats information from QV, for instance, that say the average household costs the house purchase have significantly dropped.
Sorry, I'm talking about rental rather than purchase costs. Yes, but you're absolutely right. Housing purchase costs have gone down. Rental costs have driven upwards dramatically.
I think you can attribute a lot of that to external factors well outside of the control of our council. And that will be the case for many places when you consider individuals who may have a rental property or a portfolio of rental properties where the interest rates, and there's more of this to come, which will put further pressure on, are coming off sub 3% going on to plus 6%. And they will continue to be looking to receive their margin, I guess, if that's the right way to describe it from a rental investor's perspective. But I think some of the stuff anecdotally that is actually happening in terms of supply is far more important to us than the cost at the moment. There is a supply available of properties for people to move into, both purchase and for rent at the moment, and those numbers are continuing to increase. So I think we're still a popular place, and will become more popular over the next little while to live.
Okay, Councillor Duncan, then Councillor Kelly. I should have said you both at the same time, I got it right. Councillor Duncan first.
So what I took from this report is that the pressure on people to be able to save a deposit to buy a house is increasing. So that's putting pressure on the rental market. And Councillor Calkin might be quite correct in the Marton and Bulls region, where we've got an increase in housing stock, that more housing is available, but that's not the case for Taihape. We're very skint on both housing to buy and to rent. So this is particularly of concern for us, I feel, in the northern part of the district. And thank you for the report, by the way.
Councillor Jalgood.
Thank you for the report. I just feel that the district has been relatively affordable compared to our neighbours, and we're kind of catching up. Rents are getting closer to what our neighbours are, and that's why we're still going up in this sort of environment.
Any further questions, Councillor?
Just very quickly, it's interesting data. It breaks down in probably higher detail what's largely known in the wider marketplace, but I tend to agree with Councillor Calkin there. There are absolutely no influences that this council can have on any of this that I could see. So, yeah, interesting data. That's where I'd see it. I don't see us as having any influence in this report. Hence, I said there's a recommendation to receive it, which I'm happy to receive.
Yeah. Councillor
I don't think council will have an influence on it, but it's important that council understands it and appreciates what's happening in the community. And I find this information very interesting and very helpful to the broader decision making.
Thank you. There's nothing further we can do other than receive it. Moving to 11.2, Te Matapihi Financial Closeout Report.
The recommendation from financial performance.
Yeah, 10.6. Okay, we'll go back to 10.6. Recommendation Finance Performance Committee meeting. The Finance Performance Committee recommends to Council that $20,000 be paid into the Mayoral Relief Fund be used to support areas affected by the recent cyclone. Would somebody like to so move? I'll go Councillor Lambert, and I'll go, who shall I go next? Councillor Dalgety, you had your hand up. Seconding. Do you wish to speak to it?
Oh, no, look, it's the least we can do. Yeah, look.
That's good, that's brief. Any other speakers? Councillor Duncan.
Yes, I'd like to speak against it because we don't know the impact that's been had within our own district yet. And I think we need to prioritise what happens in the Rangitikei before we go giving people money to be nice and that's all it would be, it'd be a drop in the bucket. But not that I don't want to help people, but I think we need to start with our own district first and understand what those impacts have been.
Councillor Wilson.
Speaking in support.
I'll speak in support. The magnitude of what has happened is millions of miles apart. Councillor Lowry.
I'll speak in support, but I'd like Councillor Duncan's sort of comments taken on board, and maybe the council can progress, the council staff can progress information for councillors on that.
We've had 3 speakers. Is there anybody speaking against? Right, I'll go back. There's been no speakers against, so quite happy to put it to the vote.
There's one against.
Sorry?
Councillor Duncan spoke against the motion.
Oh, yes, he did, sorry. Right, a reply.
Look, I recognise Councillor Duncan's concern, but I think they certainly need the money more than us. Once again, it's the least we can do.
Put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. Moving back now to closeout report on Te Matapihi. Who is going to take us through this?
Again.
Fortunate in the draw.
Yes.
Yep.
So this report is obviously the result of a request in sharing the financial closing out of this project in Bulls, Te Matapihi. What we wanted to include is not just the numbers, but also address the, I guess, the feeling in the community around escalating prices. So what we've been trying to put into this report is that there's a table, obviously, on the first, on page 155, that shows you where the value that was communicated sort of started around 2015 and how it led through, but also it points out that the scope at the beginning was, like, the costings were always relating to construction costs. There was obviously then in 2020, there was a change to a total project cost, which included professional fees and the land purchase when W&T Partnership from Auckland helped us on this project. And it just shows that basically from that February 2020 timeframe, the budget has overspent by a little bit, I would say. However, there were actually significant offsets. So when you look at the total actually spent is $5,576,000. So it just gives you an idea of where the money was spent, but also where the cost offsets were. And then the same, but shorter, obviously, for the bus lane in Town Square that is not part of Te Matapihi, so it's 2 separate financials, basically. Anyone have any questions around this?
It's interesting to me, the number of different, and even in public arenas or emails and social media, the number of different people's views around the project cost. You know, this, and repeatedly told this project cost to build the centre was $9 million. And I've
As high as 11.5.
yeah, it just goes on forever. But also, especially for new councillors, I would like to point out that it is incredibly rare in local government for a council to go out with all the project costs. If you go and ask for a report on the bridge across the Manawatu River, total projects costs will never be spoken about. It is the construction cost only. So in terms of transparency to our communities, we've gone above and beyond the industry norm. Take any questions around the report. Councillor Moore.
Okay, any questions I might sneak in? One's a comment, professional fees. Yeah, 600,000 or 700,000 more than anticipated, but I guess that's all been counterbalanced now. But I see that there was 2 million debt funded up on the top of page 156. Is that added on to the total spend, or is that included in is the write-off, the 2.895, should we take $2 million worth of debt?
So
How's the debt being handled, I guess is the answer.
all of it is debt funded. So that was just pointing out that there was an increase to go to $8 million.
Yeah.
And that is also debt funded.
But I will comment around this project and the matter you've raised about the management contract around it. I would have to say that the management contract was never clearly put to council, and that the contract around that was near 900,000 total for. But it was a very significant cost that council never was able to fully be aware of. But Peter, would you like to, you had to clean up some of this in effect, putting it in brutal layman's terms here. Would you like to comment?
Thank you, Worship. You know, as an incoming chief executive, I think most of you will know that on my first day in the job, the contractor walked off site.
Because of you?
No, not and so there was, considerable challenges in this project from, obviously from the day I started. It was my initiative to promote the cost, the total project cost. Coming from the private sector, I was very uncomfortable, and I know it resonated when I brought that to the council at the time for your attention, that this should be the way in which we disclose to our communities. I'm delighted with where we've got to, and we now have a definitive figure that we will both use internally, and of course you can use. And these are numbers that have gone through external review. It's not just our own internal look at this. Thank you.
I would point out that there are other factors in there. Council was unaware that it had failed some consenting issues that were brought attention to governors. We are now in a very, very different space, and I thank the staff that we have in this space. So thank you.
I'll just back to the debt again. The debt on Tamata Pihi is 5.6 million now. Is that right? That's
subject to this report, yeah.
So it's totally debt funded.
All capex work is debt funded. That's a matter of principle.
If it's a growth asset, it's normally funded by internally generated revenue, 3 million here, grants, or debt, generally speaking. Yeah.
Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. I just want to say how delighted I am to see this report, and that it's a close off for this project, which I came into at the same time as our CE, and it's been messy. And now that it's all here in black and white, and we can take this to the community, I'm thrilled about that. And I think it's also appropriate when it says in conclusion, the efforts from the community, have been significant with making this affordable in a way. And can I just mention ex-councillor Jane Bell, who was so Jane Dunn, who was so helpful and wonderful in this space.
Can I just clarify something for you and councillors? We have been transparent to the community. We have had a public meeting that detailed huge amount of this, including the total cost at that stage to be offset by the sale of properties, etc. So this is not like a brand new document that we go this is the first time you've known. So there's been a huge amount of transparency and public meetings around this. Councillor Loudon.
Well,
sorry, but I have some difficulty with some of the figures here. I just wanted to sort of get some clarification. The professional fees, sort of, how was the breakdown for that? Because before the contract was signed, there was $351,000 in professional fees at that point, and that's in 2018. And so it's extraordinary, the professional fees from that point. And it's documented prior to you coming, Peter, that the professional fees were $558,000, and that's in July of 2019. I just struggle with how that was managed through, because the professional fees is sort of almost $1 million.
You're absolutely correct, and that's why I highlight, this becomes a performance issue potentially for people that were employed at that time. And so I've got to be fairly careful in what I say. But essentially, as I indicated earlier, there was a contract. There were management contracts that the council was unaware of, and would it be fair to say that Chief Executive, we have been unable to fully research?
I would say that the numbers that you are seeing there as a delta are the very things that led me to realise that this organisation needed a PMO and some excellence in this field. And so the PMO was born from this very, is this a signal that we didn't do as well as we could? Yes. Have we corrected that? Yes, and she's sitting next to you. I mean, Adina.
Can I add something as well?
However, I would like to say that there were lessons learned to the governors here.
Yes.
You know, and the key ones were, we didn't ask the right questions. You know, as governors, we would say to, here is the report, are you on track, and do we have any issues? No. Fine, so you move on without some searching inquiry as to the background of it. And this is why we're trying to encourage and ask these sorts of questions, and that you have a responsibility as governors, if you don't fully understand it, to make sure that somebody in the governorship team does.
Which provide might, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Executive, in answer to Simon's, Councillor Loudon's question, you'll note that in the budget figures as per 2020 and then the actual, that is a coinciding time that WT Partnership brought in his advisories. And that was corresponding with that instruction from the Chief Executive arriving when the stop work was put on that project, and we took a bit of an overview of where we were going, and I think those two correspond. At the time it was brought to Council's attention that was the move that we put in place. So I believe that's where you could see that increase in those fees.
Can I ask why the contractor walked off site? Like, had you put a stop on it, or they decided to walk off and then leave?
To your worship.
I'm just a little bit edgy about where we sit in a public arena, because we're talking about, you end up talking about individual positions, and I think that is something that I'd prefer to be raised in committee. And if you wish, I'm quite happy to move into an in-committee position if that's required, if you really want some of those further details now, but I want us to go through that process. And I'd suggest that you don't do it. Because inevitably, you then need absolutely be correct about times, dates, what the actions were, all of those sorts of things, and we haven't got that ability right here, right now.
I think we just take the lessons learned and, yeah, just if the staff forgive us for asking some hard questions, that's, yeah, we will be, yeah.
Right, moving on to the received. Councillor Carter, thank you. Quite appropriate, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Calkin. Seconding. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Would somebody like to move the minutes of the following committees be received? Councillor Marton moving. Councillor Duncan seconding. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. And recommendations from those committees? Bum, bum, bum. Was there a page of recommendations? I don't think so. I was just having a quick look on my other file here, but no. That brings us to the end.
Does we should public excluded?
Yeah. So would somebody like to move that we move into public excluded? You're moving. Councillor Carter. Councillor Lambert seconding. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. For the reasons given.
Need to turn off our...
Just push exit.
So when you turn it lights in the meetings.